You're all set, Mayor.
I think we're streaming live on YouTube. It is the regular meeting of the governing body, October the 13th, 2021. By my clock, it is 5:04 p.m., calling the meeting to order. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Abeyta, the salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Vigil Koppler, and then an invocation led by Councilwoman Villarreal, followed by remembrances that anyone wishes to bring forward. So with that, let's rise and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
In honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, I'm going to read a prayer poem by Dr. Clarissa Pincola Estes. She's a mestiza Latina poet, psychoanalyst, post-trauma specialist, as well as a lifelong activist. And it's called A Prayer. Refuse to fall down. If you cannot refuse to fall down, refuse to stay down. If you cannot refuse to stay down, lift your heart toward heaven and ask that it be filled. You may be pushed down, you may be kept from rising, but no one can keep you from lifting your heart toward heaven, only you. It is in the middle of misery that so much becomes clear. The one who says nothing good came of this is not yet listening. And before we go to other remembrances, I have a couple of remembrances of my own. Just wanted to honor and recognize the life of Joe Jordan Berenis, a former ED of the Interfaith Shelter. He had a long career in social work and had such extreme empathy and patience for people, especially those that have had hardships and had been struggling. And it's just breaks my heart to see that Joe had just retired last year and didn't really get to experience his retirement and freedom. And so I just wanted to send love and light to his family and friends and those that he's helped through the many years at the shelter and other places of that he's done social work. And I also wanted to recognize the life of Dawn Lithgow. She was a schoolmate of mine at Santa Fe High School, and she recently passed, and just wanted to recognize her life and all that she had been through in high school with an accident and really never recovered from it. So I just wanted to send love to her family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there others who have remembrances? Please just raise your hand. Councilor Vigil Koppler, you have a remembrance, and Councilor Cassett, you next.
Thank you. I too would like to express condolences to the family of Dawn Lithgow. Her father, Clarence Porky Lithgow, is a former city councilor, and I know the family well, and I'm just really sad for them, and I certainly want to acknowledge the passing of their daughter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also did want to recognize the life of Joe Jordan Berenis and the incredible service he gave to our community. Working in the field that he was in is such a challenge, and he really was just being in his presence was really an honor. I always came away hopeful from my conversations with him, and it really is a big loss to our community as well as to his family. I know he had recently moved back east to spend time with his daughter and new grandchild, and very sad that they will not have that time together. And then I also wanted to send condolences to the family of Rick Ferber. Rick Ferber was a dear close friend of my family's and a member of our community. He was a ER doctor and a member of Temple Beth Shalom, a very active member, really an incredible an incredible, interesting man. When I was speaking with my father, he said that he doesn't think that anybody is more prepared for the journey to the next step than Rick is, which just kind of gives you an idea of the kind of person that he was. And when I was talking to my mom about him, it came up that he had joined the circus, and you always hear stories of people who joined the circus. And so not only was he an ER doctor, but he was also a fire eater, apparently, in the circus. Really just an incredible, wonderful human. And he will be very missed. And I do want to send love and condolences to his wife, Polly, and his sons, Casey and Ambrose, and their families. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Others? Counselor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. If you can indulge me for a couple seconds here, but wanted to try to reach as many people as we possibly could. And I wanted to basically let everyone know that I had the COVID virus. So for all those listening, I had been cautious, wearing a mask everywhere I went, but you just never know. You never know who you're going to come in contact with, if you may get it or not. And some people may think that if I'm cautious and I got it, then wearing a mask doesn't really work. But once I got it, my entire family, people that I see every day that live in my household, began wearing a mask, as well as myself, 24/7 for about 2.5 weeks. And no one in my immediate family got the virus except for me. So masks work. I don't know how I got it. It doesn't really matter. It happened, but masks, washing hands, quarantining if you do have it does work. I also want to let people know that I was extremely ill for about 5 days, but never required a hospital visit. I hear stories today of young people going in that didn't have a vaccine and have passed away. I know somebody that's going on their 4th week in the hospital from not having been vaccinated and contracting the disease. I was vaccinated in, I believe it was February or March of last year, so I did have the vaccine. I think it's because of that, what the experts have said, that I didn't require a hospital visit. I was sick for a number of days, but it was in my own home, and I didn't have to be on a ventilator, and I didn't have to spend weeks in the hospital. So I implore you, please, if you haven't done so, get vaccinated. I think it was the difference for me. If you want to hear from somebody that you know that has had it, let me know. I'll tell you all about it. But please, please get vaccinated. And with that, I'll remember all those that have gotten sick and recovered from that vaccine, and remembrance for those that have passed on because of it. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm glad you're feeling better too.
Thank you.
Any other remembrances or commemorations? I would remember Joe as well. I remember going to his retirement party over at Fort Marcy, and the cake that was produced and the testimonials that were given in his honor, and just the sense of great appreciation for what Joe did in our community to help people who were less fortunate and needed his guidance and his strength of support. A remarkable man who we will miss. I'd also, without naming any names, particularly like to think about people who have gotten sick, and in particular, a couple of friends who have had septic shock and really had to deal with the attacks of a septic attack, a sepsis attack. It is a harsh thing to have to contend with, and Godspeed to our friends who are dealing with that particular disease and that kind of affliction. It is hard, and we're praying for their recovery as well. And with that, let's take a minute. As Councilor Rivera said, think about people we've lost or who have suffered because of COVID. Think about people we've lost just because of the passage of time, and send them our prayers. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes. Mayor Weber,
Present.
Counselor Beta,
Here.
Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Garcia,
Present.
Counselor Lindell,
Here.
Counselor Rivera,
Here.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Present.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Here,
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. Before we move to an approval of the agenda, my understanding is that item 9A, the proposed presentation, is not ready for tonight, or we're not ready to go forward to that presentation tonight. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, that is correct. We will reschedule that for a later meeting.
Okay, so the agenda would, as amended, no longer include that presentation. Are there any other changes to the agenda that anybody notice? If
Move to
not,
approve as amended.
thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I hear I hear a motion to approve as amended and a second from Counselor Lindell. Madam Clerk, can you call a roll on that, please?
Yes, Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Thank you. Yes. That takes care of the approval of the agenda as amended. We now move to the consent calendar. I see a couple of hands up of people who want to pull things off of consent. Counselor Cassett, do you have something you want to remove from consent?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remove items C and D.
Thank you. Counselor Romero Worth, your hand was up next.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item E.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell, did you have an item?
Counselor Romero Worth just pulled the item that I had. Thank you, Counselor.
Okay. Counselor Garcia, I see your hand is up next.
That was going to be the exact same item I had, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Vihel Coppler, your hand is up next.
thank you. I would like to remove item D as well.
Okay, it's duly noted, it's pulled. So are there other items to pull? What I have right now is C and D and E. I have Counselor Cassett on C and D. I have Counselor first, but others as well, obviously. And then Counselor Romero Worth on item E. Are there others on the consent calendar to pull from the consent calendar? If not, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
So
Move to
moved.
approve.
I heard
Second.
that. I heard Counselor Lindell make the motion and Councilwoman Villarreal second the motion. Could the clerk call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
The consent calendar has been approved as amended.
thank you. Item 8 is approval of minutes. We have two sets. Item 8A is the special governing body meeting of May 25th, 2021. Are there changes or amendments to those minutes? And if not, can we get a motion to approve, please?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
second,
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there a discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, could you call up? Counselor Garcia has a hand up. Yes, sir.
Just out of curiosity, these minutes are what, 5 months old, roughly 5 months old? How come we're so delayed on approving them?
I can't answer that question, but let's take it offline because I'm not sure I don't have an answer. I'm not sure there is an answer,
Okay. I mean,
but let's get back to you with an answer. It's a good question. Other discussion of the minutes themselves? If not, can we call the roll on the motion to approve?
Counselor Garcia,
I'm going to abstain just because I haven't reviewed them fully.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. The next set is regular governing body meeting of September 29, 2021. Are there changes to those minutes? And if not, can we get a motion to approve them?
move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Counselor Rivera second the motion from Counselor Lindell. Are there discussions of those minutes? And if not, could we call the roll to approve those?
Counselor Lindell,
Yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Minutes have been approved.
thank you. If you could then take us to the first item that was taken from the consent calendar and read that out loud for everybody who's watching and listening, and then we will go to Counselor Cassett.
Yes, the first item pulled off of consent was item C. It's a resolution adopting the 2023-2027 Infrastructure Capital Improvements Plan, also known as the ICIP. Regina Wheeler, our Public Works Director, is available for this item.
Thank you. Counselor Cassett, you pulled it first. You get the first opportunity to speak. And I believe,
All right, Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I ask Counselor Cassett to allow me to give an update from last night's Public Works, Public Utilities Committee meeting, which may narrow the conversation a little bit?
That was actually my very first question, was to go to you. So thank you for reading my mind.
Counselor Rivera.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We had a lengthy discussion last night regarding the projects, and we talked at length about many of them, and really 8 of them rose to the top. And just wanted to go over that list, see, and again, this does not mean that more things can't be discussed or that the top 5 actually changes, but it was a starting point that the 5 of us on Public Works had actually talked about and agreed on. So, and again, these are in no order, no particular order, but the ones that seem to have the most traction were Fire Station number 2, Midtown. There were several people that talked about City Hall. Medians stayed on the list. The airport, which I think has some additional information, and we can talk about that at this time as well as when it comes up in discussion. The Arroyo Chamiso crossing came up, Swan Park, and the Southside Library Plaza. Those were the 8 that we had all agreed to, and a starting point for us to begin this discussion. And again, this by no means means that this is what will be presented, but it is a starting point. So thank you, Councilwoman Cassett.
Thank you, Counselor Rivera. And Counselor Cassett, you have the floor now.
Thank you. And thank you, Counselor Rivera. That was part of it, was getting a bit of an update. What you listed is different than what I'm seeing in the amendment sheet in terms of the top 8. I have as a top 8 the airport terminal expansion, Swan Park, Midtown infrastructure developments, medians, Fire Station 2, Southside Library Community Plaza, a new central library design and South Capitol area road reconstruction. And then I have the new city services center and Arroyo de los Chamisos crossing kind of at 9 and 10.
Yeah, again, no particular order. I'm
Okay.
sure that's the way they were listed, but no, anything can be moved up wherever we, at the end of the day, at the end of the evening, decide to place them.
Okay, so that's more just the general top 10. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Regina, did you have a response to that question? I see a hand. Sorry.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Mayor. Councilor Cassett. I just wanted to clarify on this item, as you'll see in the memo. This item is the adoption of the total capital plan. Every year we do it this way. We put all of our projects into the DFA website as required. We submit it with a resolution as our general capital plan. And then we have a separate resolution that identifies our legislative priorities, which is the top 5 and the district priorities. That item is making its way through the other committees and back to GB. So this one is really just the adoption of the overall capital plan and not necessarily the establishment of priorities.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, we can basically discuss this, then we get to think about it and chew on it a little bit more. And then our top 5, we really will be establishing at a later date, correct?
That's correct.
Well, that's nice. Okay, great. Thank you. I do appreciate it. So, Regina, actually, one thing that I did want to think about, and this might be something that then comes back to us when we are officially establishing that top 5, is when we had this separate conversation, we were talking about this concept of leveraging dollars and really understanding the different funding sources that would be able to fund some of these different items to make sure that we are, again, when there is a variety of different funding sources, that those top 5 are really things that are most likely to get funded and also are less likely to be funded by something else. Would you be able to speak to that a little bit more especially with the top 10 list, and if there's anything else that isn't being considered that potentially is something that would only get funded in this mechanism?
Thank you so much, Mayor. Councilor Cassett, that is a great point to discuss. Yes, we have a number of funding opportunities facing us for our capital needs at this moment. We have this ICIP request. This would be appropriations would be decided by the legislature to the next session, and we'd probably receive grant funds by something like next September. So that would be the timing. Then we are about to put together a package for a GRT bond, and that will be an opportunity to address many deferred maintenance issues and other capital needs for the city. Then we have the likelihood of the federal Build Back Better infrastructure money coming our way. We estimate that things like transit, digital infrastructure, and roads are very likely to be eligible for that funding. And so you can think about that in your prioritization. Our needs for roads, however, is extremely extensive, whether it's from rehabilitation to the new roads. You can see we could never, we should really look at putting some of those needs in all the funding sources, I think, that we have coming down the pike. And then last but certainly not least, we have the GEO bond that we're talking about to go to the voters next fall. And then, of course, amongst that, we also have DOT funding that arises and that we continue to leverage really well, and other grant opportunities. So we did think about that. So we sort of placed in the top 10 ones that seemed like they should be considered seriously by the governing body for this ICIP request, that they would both be especially attractive to the legislature, since they serve a broader range of members of the community, as well as their immediate needs. And this is a funding source that we're very likely to be successful with for some millions of dollars. And so we did think about that. Things like the transit buses that you'll see is a serious need. They're not unsafe at all yet, but we are coming up in a couple of years on needing to replace like 7 buses, which would be a lot of money. We think that's very likely to be eligible for the Build Back Better funding. So we did put some of that thinking into there. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that does. And I think that as we go into a deeper dive conversation of the top 5, and as that goes through committee, that's something that I'm really going to want to be very cognizant of. You also mentioned, though, that dollars that we'd get from the legislature would probably get in September. with these other funding sources, what timeline are we looking at? Because that's also something to consider.
It is. I think, thank you so much for that question, Mayor, Councilor Cassett. I think that the GRT bond would probably fund a little sooner, summer, say, once we get the package put together, the governing body decides what they want in the packet, it's approved, and then the bonds are sold, the bond is sold. So, 6-7 month lead time. So that'd probably be the soonest funding source available. Then right after that would be the legislative grants. And then right after the GEO bond, I think Director McCoy would be better qualified to say if we voted in November when we'd have those funds. We haven't experienced that together yet. So that's what I would say. The soonest ones will be the GRT, right after that ICIP, and probably following that GEO bond. And then who knows about the federal? I don't know if you guys have a prediction on that.
I don't think anybody does. Well, I'm sure somebody does. I don't. Mary's in the waiting room, is in the attendee room. I don't know if she had more to say to that, if she could be promoted.
Madam Clerk, can you get Director McCoy in the room?
Yes, I promoted her.
Okay, thank you.
There she is, sure.
Mary, I don't know if you heard the question. It had to do with the timing of dollars available for capital investments and which different sources would more readily be available to actually be deployed, whether it's from a GRT-backed bond or from legislative allocations, or potentially even the federal dollars that we are hoping will come from the adoption of an infrastructure bill. Oh, you're kind of muted. Hashtag you're muted.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, the soonest pot of money that we would have to be able to invest of one-time dollars would be the ARPA funding. So that is something that is, we are doing a series of community engagement that's being led by Kira and the Community Services Department. And I believe we've taken that to a few of the committees and outlined what that process will be. So that will be imminent, that will be coming. I believe Director Wheeler did address this earlier, the 2022 legislative session, if that is funded by any type of bond, that would be sold potentially next fall. And then we would see those legislative grant agreements coming subsequent to that. In the meantime, we are also planning to get back on the rounds of GRT bond issuances. And that would, I believe Director Wheeler did address that earlier, for deferred maintenance or any other city priorities. There is a possibility of doing a GEO bond that we would, which we would have to bring first to the council, and the council would have to vote on that. And then send that to the city clerk to put onto a ballot. The next voting cycle is the gubernatorial cycle, which is a year from this November. And so all of that process would happen that I just described next summer, to be able to bring a package to city council, an amount, the questions that would be going on the ballot, and then we would not see the proceeds of the GEO bond until after that election. The GRT bond could be sold prior to that, and that would be, again, an immediate source of money. As far as the infrastructure bill or any of the other federal legislation that we would be seeing, that is still yet to be determined on whether or not it's going to pass at the federal level. And so that could also be, depending on the terms and the provisions of the federal legislation, that could also be coming within the next year timeframe. It depends on the terms of the federal legislation, how quickly a local government such as ours could see those funds.
Thank you, Director McCoy. I really appreciate that, and a lot to think about. And then Regina, you had also mentioned NMDOT funding, which I know that we had talked about at one of our conversations, would be probably a potential also for the Arroyo de los Chamisos crossing. Can you talk a little bit more about the timing there, when those applications would be in?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Cassett, for that question. We continuously maintain the required capital plan with DOT for the various types of fund they have, the TAP and MAP, and there's, they have about 3 or 4 plans that we maintain a capital plan. And so Eric Ani and at the MPO, who helps us with transportation planning for the city, as well as Ramella, who is really leading our new road construction projects and planning and funding. They keep that project up to date. And then whenever DOT has a funding opportunity, and they seem to be a little bit acyclical, and so that they just become available, and then those guys will take the stuff off the top of our capital plan that we maintain with them and request funding. So Arroyo de los Chamisos is definitely on the list. It's worthwhile remembering that we did get Build Back Better funds from our federal delegation for Arroyo de los Chamisos crossing. They gave us $5 million for construction. So we are now avidly seeking the design funds for that project. And I think $1.5 million is what Ramella thinks would be a good amount to have in pocket. She doesn't have any immediate NMDOT funding opportunities for that, but like I said, they do arise sort of asynchronously, and we would apply for them if it comes up.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you highlighting that. Okay, well, I know that I'll have a lot more opportunity to talk about this. Looking at the list, I think that there's a lot that's really good here. I'm really interested in how we can look at Midtown. That's obviously something that we really talk about a lot with the new central library, especially I frequently hear that Fogelson is the one thing that everyone seems to agree on is let's hang on to Fogelson and make sure that we rehabilitate it. So I really do want to think about looking at that for the new central library design and how that could both assist us with the challenge of funding Midtown, which we, will be continuing to discuss and is something that is on all of our minds, as well as the benefit that it could bring, and then really that Midtown infrastructure development. So I was really glad to see that on there. I know that I'll have a lot more opportunity to talk about this as it goes through committee. So those are all my questions. I'm happy to go ahead and move for approval.
There's a motion for approval from Councillor Cassett. It doesn't cut off discussion, of course. It just puts the motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second from Councillor Romero-Worth. So for discussion is the motion to approve, and we continue with discussion about the item. Councillor Romero-Worth, your hand is up, and then Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Regina, can you refresh our memory about, so we did a GRT bond, I think when I was first elected, right? It's been 3 years, 2 years, 2.5, something like that. 2018. Okay, good. And that was for how much? I forget, 10? 20 million. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And prior to that, we hadn't done one in a long time, right?
Mayor, Councillor Romero-Worth, that's correct. I think it had been quite some time since a GRT bond.
Right. And so this is one of the tools in our toolbox to deal with deferred maintenance in the city. And we were not utilizing it. I suppose we could say we were underutilizing it, but I think really we weren't using it. Am I right in that characterization?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. I just think, we hear so much about the deferred maintenance in the city, and we have quite a bit of it. And I think it's really important that we continue to use the tools we have to chip away at it, recognizing it is enormous and it's been a long time in the making. And I'm just really glad that we're starting to be more systematic about these things. And so I just wanted to kind of point that out. I also want to talk a little bit about the South Capitol streets. And this is an idea that when I was first elected, I asked Director Wheeler about, and I said, look, have you been over there? It's absolutely awful. Can we please do something about those streets? And I think you sent some of your folks over there to look at those streets. And the word came back that they are so bad, it is not a question of repaving, but rebuilding. And I just invite you all to, next time you're near the Capitol, in the downtown area, drive on some of the streets that have been flagged in this request, and see for yourselves just how really awful and needy they are. And I just want to say I'm thrilled that some work has been done to identify what needs to be done, and some work has been done to identify cost, and that we are putting this on our ICIP list so that it can be in the queue for potential funding opportunities. And I just think it's one of these areas that's really, really well beyond time for being repaired. And I don't know, Director Wheeler, if there's anything more you can tell us about that project, or confirm just how bad your staff have found those roads to be.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth. The real challenge with the South Capitol roads is that they're concrete. And so not only are they in terrible shape, but there's nothing we can do about it. And so for years and years and years, we've just been, there's nothing we can do about these concrete roads because it's a complete rebuild. And so Mark Brooks, our trusty road rehabilitator, has assessed the situation, identified these 3 main roads, talked to constituents, listened to constituent feedback, and developed a strategy for reconstruction of those roads. And it's really important that we get that done because our hands are completely tied to help those constituents at this point. And the unsafe conditions will continue to worsen with our no ability to address them unless we rebuild, restructure the roads.
Right. And I guess the other thing is the constituency is pretty large because, again, those streets are in the neighborhood near the Capitol, where we invite the state to come every year and pass very important legislation. And we have lots of people come and, try to find parking and drive around there. And it's just not putting our best foot forward, I think, as a city. So just delighted that my son went to Wood Gormley. I've been familiar with those streets for, I don't know, over 30 years, and always wondered why they were in such bad condition, and just thrilled that this is on the list and something that we're starting to look at. I will also just want to give a plug for the library at Midtown. I too hear a lot about the need to really make that a state-of-the-art, central, main, big, well located for the whole community to use, and the fact that we can really make that a showcase with all the latest technology around libraries and how crucial they are to the whole community, and to have an opportunity to really do one using the latest and greatest thinking and technology and infrastructure, I think would just be really great. So super excited about that. And of course, there's an array of other things here that I think will be very worthy for prioritizing. I look forward to that conversation. So thank you. Appreciate it. Just wanted to talk about those few things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the point my colleague was making in regards to the South Capitol area, I'll completely agree with that. And I think once we determine, if and how much Build Back Better resources we might get, I think that should be a priority. If not, I think we should start pushing for more resources from the legislature. I mentioned this last night in our Public Works meeting. The Roundhouse benefits and would benefit from an improved street system in the South Capitol neighborhood. So I think we should really reach out to our delegation and see that it's not only a benefit for us, but for everybody that utilizes the Roundhouse. I guess one question, and we talked over this last night, but I just want to again get confirmation that if this plan leads into our legislative priority resolution that we'll be reviewing and approving at a governing body here in 2 weeks, that if we we by no means are held, our hands are tied to the ranking system here.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Garcia, for the question. That's correct. This is just the general submittal and of the capital plan, and subsequently the governing body will determine their top 5, and we will reorganize the sequencing in the state system.
Okay. And I think, thank you, Regina. I think last night you mentioned it's already been submitted, but if we have an opportunity to submit an amended version of this project summary, if we can delete the column that says rank, that way we're not providing any preferential treatment towards any of these projects. If there is no kind of priority list, so to speak, that would be great, because I think after the conversation we had last night, I'd be very surprised if it's still the top 5 that's here. I mean, we pulled and talked about items as low as I think it's ranked number 34 on the list, which is looking at beginning to develop a new city hall, a new city services center. And so I think to have that ranking, I don't want to mislead anybody, especially with DFA, where when we submit something, we say, hey, wait, it was 34 on the list. Why is it now in your top 5? I just don't want to give any type of misinterpretation. So is it too late to eliminate the rank portion of this project summary?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Garcia, for that question. I'm so glad you brought that up. First of all, it is not possible. This is actually not our database, it's theirs. So as projects are entered, they're given a number. The important thing to notice that the only ranking is for 1 through 5. All the rest is just sort of a list that doesn't have any ranking. And it is not possible to eliminate that in the state system.
Okay, because I mean, I do on this sheet, it's ranking 1 through 55, and then I see 001, 001. So I'm assuming 57 total projects. And the way I would read it is that there's you're ranking in priority from 1 to 57. And again, I just don't want us to be held to this ranking order. But if you say we're not going to, I'm okay with that, just because I think, as I mentioned after last night's conversation, I'd be very surprised if it's still the same 1 through 5. Is there an opportunity to amend the amounts to this project summary?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Garcia, for the question. Yes, actually, we have full access to the system and we can make adjustments to every project.
Okay. And the reason I ask is right now we've got, and I'm just going to call it by the rank because that's where it's at, number 4, the Santa Fe Median Beautification Project. I think we can all agree that our medians need some drastic improvement. And I think then where we might disagree is at what cost. And I'm not in agreement at revamping medians at $50,000 to $70,000 per median. And I think the public needs to fully understand that that's what we're proposing, $50,000 to $70,000 per median. And I think there is a better way to develop this infrastructure. Last night it was mentioned that we've got to implement irrigation systems, et cetera. I don't think we need to necessarily go that extensive. I think we can work with experts if we are going to go the route of installing some type of vegetation. I'm sure there's vegetation that would require little to no water. I mean, look at what happens in the medians now with probably no watering with all the weeds. So I think there's probably sufficient water source from the rain that we can develop an infrastructure that would not require a $50,000 to $70,000 price tag. And so with that, I would like for us to really reconsider that price tag. If you think of it, $3 million, and the way I explained it last night was $3 million towards medians or $3 million towards early child care programs. I'd rather invest in our future with our young folks, $3 million than $3 million in our medians. And I think we can probably get the medians done for a fraction of $3 million. If we really, really work with the community, work with designers, I mean, work with folks that can bring that price tag down. So how can we go about getting that price tag down? Because I mean, I think it's almost insulting to go to the legislature to say, hey, we want $3 million to develop $50,000 medians. When we know that legislators are being asked for $50,000 for senior programs, youth programs. I mean, we all know how much advocacy goes on at the legislature, and I think we would be wrong to be advocating for $50,000 medians. So I guess, Ms. Wheeler, how can we go about maybe looking at retooling and reconfiguring these numbers for this?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Garcia, for the question. The estimates are based on professional contractors who do this work. It costs money to make a good median that's sustainable. But the strategy of the project is to develop a number of designs for different medians that might be appropriate, test them out, do proof of concept, and then choose some. It's also worth remembering that this will focus on gateway medians. We're responsible for the medians on St. Francis, for instance, Cerrillos, so we can really make a difference at the gateway to our community, which could really help us with economic development, quality of life, visitors, revenue from tourism. So it's a bit of an investment, but we would definitely target that investment to where it would have the greatest return. And we would certainly be looking at all the design alternatives and the proof of concept of construction costs to get the best cost, best value result for sure.
No, I agree. I think as I mentioned earlier, I don't think anybody disagrees that our medians are in dire need of work. But at the proposed price tag of $50,000 to $70,000, let's put it out to the community. Let's see what they think. If they want to invest that much resources, I think most folks want the medians beautified. They don't want to deal with the weeds anymore. And if we take a measure where we are implementing a median system where there is vegetation. I mean, take a look, drive down places like Cerrillos Road, where they were recently revamped. There is new vegetation, and you see right in the middle of some of these bushes, Siberian elms growing. And I think that is where it's a battle we're probably never going to win with Siberian elms. And developing medians, we have to take that into consideration, because if we're going to invest $3 million, and again, I think that's an outrageous price tag. We need to ensure that, one, we're doing it in a sufficient and manner that is sustainable. Again, if we even went down the route of vegetation, it still will require people time to maintain them. We're seeing what's going on currently with our current medians, and they're not even landscaped, in the sense that most times we just need folks to go and clear them out. And so we have to really wrap our head around this. This is not just a project where we say we're throwing $3 million at this. Let's figure out a smart, sustainable solution that doesn't cost us $3 million. And I think we can do it. I know we can do it. And that's why I'm asking that we really look at rehashing this price tag, because probably the average citizen doesn't even make $50,000 a year. And now we're saying we're going to invest that much in a median. We need to go back. We really need to rethink this, and let's get some public input on this. With that, no other comments or questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Mayorworth, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to share, I think the ICIP list, in my experience, has been one of these things where it's I'm trying to think of the right word, but from the legislator's perspective, if it's on the ICIP list, it just means that it's worthy of legislative funding, right? And in fact, there have been governors who have said, you made it kind of a gatekeeping thing. Like if it's not on the ICIP list, it doesn't get funded. And so I think more important than focusing on rank beyond the top 5, which, is a different deal, just being on the ICIP list suggests that this is a real problem worthy of being looked at. And you just want to make sure you're on that list, because that's one of the first things legislators ask is it on the ICIP list? And I won't put any money towards it unless it is. And so it's starting, different governors do it differently. At one time you had to be there or you were automatically discouraged, you were automatically off. But then I think over time, it's just now becoming sort of a part of the culture in the Roundhouse is it on the ICIP list? And if it is, that it makes it a project that is worthy of funding if a legislator is interested in that particular item. On medians, Regina, how many medians, you mentioned gateway medians being kind of the priority here. How many medians are part of this estimate? I mean, should I just take 70,000 and divide 70,000 into 3 million? I get my number, or is it, some medians are going to cost more than others? I don't know. I was looking at the request. I don't see a number.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Romero Worth. There isn't a number on there. I think you're right. There's a number of layers of uncertainty. Like I said, the first phase will be to develop a number of template designs and then to pilot those and then understand if they work for us and which one do we like best. There would be public engagement involved in that and the selection of the design alternatives. And so the first, one of the options that I was just thinking of is the first phase is the design of the number of template designs and then the pilot and then implementing them a little bit more broadly. So $1.7 million gets us through that part of the project and would it's hard to say exactly how many medians we could do. We have over 500 medians in the city, but we were targeting being able to do 2 or 3 in each district as part of that part of the project, as well as do the pilot part of the designs. And so it will be a little bit evolutionary as we get the design costs and the pilot done. But that's our target is 3 medians in each district and at least during the initial phase of implementation.
Okay, I like the idea of having some in each district. I think that's great. And I know, I think rain gardens, which we've been hearing a fair amount about, might be something that could be one of the types of, I don't know, what do you call it, infrastructure type of concept that we might be able to see used in one of the designs. Am I correct about that? And as a way of getting water to, beautify and having some more options.
Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, we will certainly be using, that's called low impact design. And since Melissa McDonald, our stormwater guru, is now the head of our Parks and Open Space division, that will certainly be utmost top in their mind in design. But it is important to note that our rain is very intermittent here. You go 9 months without a drop and you lose everything. And so it's really prudent to install irrigation to supplement even a rain garden, especially to establish or even to fill in between. Like last winter was so incredibly dry. And so we definitely have experts in those areas on the job that will be watching to minimize the use of irrigation as necessary and maximize the use of stormwater and passive design.
Yeah. And I guess the other thing, I'm happy to hear that we'll be using it, and it, I completely get that it may not be a dedicated source of water for some of these medians. I guess I would also offer that in my time on the MPO, again, when I was first elected, looking at infrastructure projects, whether it be roads or gutters or, medians. I mean, that's just expensive stuff. I don't know. And anytime you add layers, of engineers, design consultants, experts, for various kinds of things that need to be included, you're pretty much upping the cost, I think, of whatever it is you're doing. And it's amazing how much expertise is required for, whether it's a pedestrian bridge or any kind of public infrastructure is just expensive. And some of it, I think, is materials, some of it is the design work. And it's just amazing to me how much time and money it takes to do things well, when you're talking about public infrastructure, which medians, of course, are. I'm not wrong about that, right? That was my experience on the MPO.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth. I think we're all adjusting to the current price of public infrastructure. It is expensive. And if you want to pay a good quality contractor for a good quality product that's maintainable, that will endure. I mean, look at the patching in the streets and, look at the rehabilitation of the pavement that we've done over the past few years with the gas tax money and now with the immediate allocation. That's been really high quality work. You can tell it's really good. And so, you want to pay for good infrastructure because it lasts, it serves, it reflects well. I think it improves quality of life. And we don't try to pay extra. We definitely always just try to get the best value for the community.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point, right? Is we want the best value. It is an expensive thing. We want something that's long lasting. We don't want to, do this on the cheap and then have to come back and redo it. That is a waste. So best value. I like that idea. So thank you. That's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I did also just want to real fast on the median conversation, something that I've spoken about with Regina and that I'd like to discuss as we continue to look at this list is part of the revamping of our medians has to do with making them less, what's the word I'm looking for? We don't need to maintain them as much. They're easily maintained. And so that actually takes hours out of our medians and puts them back to things like our parks, which is one of the reasons that I've actually been really interested in a lot of these median projects is how can we make sure that city staff that's maintaining medians is spending less time on them, because we know it's also a safety issue. If the weeds grow too much on our medians, we have this visual challenge and we don't want people getting into accidents. And so creating these medians that are low maintenance and more sustainable, but also beautify our community, while then also allowing our staff to continue to be focusing on things like parks, which we've also heard a lot about. So I really see that as part of this broader strategy that we're looking at for a lot of the discussion I've heard from my constituents around making sure that our parks are well maintained, that our parks are clean. We have a lot of complicated issues coming into our parks, with homeless individuals and people that might be utilizing substances in parks. And unfortunately, that also means for us kind of a larger maintenance need there. So I think that is something to consider. And Regina, I know I've asked you before if we can think about how we almost quantify these hours. That would be something, I don't know if it's a possible calculation for you to make at this time, but as we are looking at the median costs, I think that would be something interesting is how that also transfers staff cost in terms of hours and what that means for time that is spent maintaining our parks, which is really important. The other component that I want to make sure that we talk about is my colleague had mentioned, using $3 million for medians versus youth programming, but I believe that we can't just easily take capital dollars and move them into programmatic dollars. Am I correct in that understanding that these are really different buckets of money and capital dollars need to go to hardscape essentially? Am I correct?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Cassett. Yes, that's correct. Capital dollars cannot be used for operating expenses.
Okay, so we could potentially use them for building spaces for youth programming or senior programming, but not for actually operating the programming, correct?
That's correct. You can use them for vehicles. You're looking for something over a 5-year life, but preferably more like 10, 15-year life. And so we usually try to do a mix in any bond offering, for instance, and make sure that we're getting a good long life that is appropriate per the statutes for capital funding.
Wonderful. Great. And I see Councilor Garcia shaking his head. So I understand that he knows, but I wanted to make sure that the public understood that we can't take $3 million that are meant for capital projects and move them into Director Wheeler said operating. And I think that's really important for any members of the public that are watching. These are different pots of money that don't necessarily cross over. So those were my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilor Cassett brings up a great point in the sense that it's not direct service resources, but it's capital. So I'll put it in a different context. $3 million towards a senior center. That's something that we've been wanting to do on the south side. $3 million towards a senior center on the south side, $3 million towards our medians. And I think that is the point. The point I'm trying to make is there's not an infinite amount of money and resources in a pool of resources we can go to. And when we're going to be developing these type of projects, we have to ensure that we're doing it in a sense that we're doing it intentionally and with fiscal responsibility in mind. And that's where I think my challenge is with a $50,000 median. I mean, that to me is just absurd. I mean, I think I'd like to see what a landscaper would cost for a redevelopment of somebody's front yard. And I don't think it would even come close to $50,000. And we're talking about a median here that in no ways is, in my opinion, worth that price tag. I mean, if in the past I've done median beautifications for neighborhoods, and we've been able to get those done for under $1,000. And by no means am I saying I'm an expert, but we did it to where if I go back to that neighborhood, it's still in pristine condition. It all comes down to maintenance. And if somebody is willing to maintain them. And I think that's where no matter what we do, we're never going to get away from having to maintain the medians. We have to. That's part of the process. We're never going to say they're done and we don't have to touch them ever again. It's part of the process. So I think we really need to go back to the table in regards to the price tag, because I'm not in disagreement. We really need to revamp our medians, but not at a $50,000 price tag. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. And I see Director Wheeler's hand is up.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Councilor Garcia, you just brought up another funding source that I had failed to mention, and that is that the senior needs of our community are addressed by a separate allocation from the legislature, and the governing body, I think, recently approved the ICIP for the senior improvements as well. And so we have really excellent work being done by Director Rinaldi on that part. And we do feel, I think he's already got planning money and design. He's got design money coming in the door for the new senior center. And we do expect funding for the for construction of that from the senior funding from the legislature when we're ready for it.
Thank you.
And on that point, Mr. Mayor, what about the Meg Center? I know the Meg Center is in dire need of some upkeeping, and I think it was a broad context, it was more so an example of prioritizing our needs in our community, and we need to ensure that when we are putting forth these projects, these CIP projects, that we are doing so with the mindset of fiscal responsibility and ensuring that there are no other needs below that throughout the city, whether it's not touched by other pockets of money, whatever it is, we need to ensure that we are doing so with the greatest intention to provide the best service to our community. Because I think we had I think I brought it up last night with the list. I would like to swap, the beautification of the medians with fire station number 2. I think fire station number 2 is a much bigger priority than the medians. In that sense, we can develop the medians. I mean, we seem to be finding millions of dollars. I mean, we're talking about the money that we found to do Bicentennial, which is a $2 million price tag. I mean, I'm sure if we looked under the couch cushions, we can find some more money to at least do a couple of pilots for a $50,000 price tag for 2 medians, one per district. Let's say we're going to cap it off at no more than $15,000. We're going to have a competition. This is how we're going to beautify our community. I think that's the intention we should have. And I don't see that, unfortunately, and that causes me the concern. And at the end of the day, we have to remind ourselves, this is taxpayer dollars, and we've been entrusted with spending taxpayer dollars, and we have to ensure that we're doing it in the most prudent way possible. And spending $50,000 on a median is not that. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera, we started with you because of your committee meeting last night. I think I'll come back to you. You had acknowledged that the committee had developed or offered a different set of priorities. It sounds like from what Director Wheeler said, we're really not trying to establish those priorities with this particular resolution, but I come back to you because you had started a discussion this evening on this resolution to see what you think would be, we have a motion on the floor. I'm just wondering whether you are, where you are with regard to that.
Yeah, we gave the list of 8 that I guess would go through the process. Last night we heard both of those. We heard the resolution, or what we're talking about now, and then the resolution that's going to be moving forward with regards to the top 5. So thank you, Regina, for getting it straight. I had a little bit confused at the beginning. So yeah, the top 5 will work its way through the committee process, and I'm sure we'll have time. But yeah, this is just approving the overall list, which can then be sent over to the state, and they can begin the lengthy process of inputting information is what I take it's going to happen.
Thank you, Councilor. That's my conclusion too. Any other comments with regard to the resolution and the motion as proposed? If not, could the clerk please call the roll on the motion to approve?
Yes, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Ward,
Yes.
Councilor Vito Koppler,
Abstain?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
right. So I love the enthusiasm. Councilor Garcia,
I'm going to abstain until we see possibly new figures for the medians.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item that was taken off of consent, please?
Yes, the next item, is consideration of a resolution. It's sponsored by Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, Councilor Romero Worth, Councilor Beta, Councilor Vito Koppler, Councilor Cassett, Councilor Rivera, and Councilor Garcia. It's a resolution supporting offering at least a wage of $15 per hour for employees of the city of Santa Fe and directing the city manager. Oh, sorry, my computer screen went off. Directing the city manager to offer hourly wage increases for all full-time non-probationary city employees paid less than $15 per hour. Mary McCoy, our finance director, is available for this item, along with Bernadette Salazar, our human resources director.
And I believe there's a subsection 1 to that, Madam Clerk.
You are correct, Mayor. There is a subsection. It's request for approval of a budget amendment resolution in the total amount of $216,449 to increase salaries to $15 per hour.
So we would need to take up both of those items. I believe Counselor Cassett was the person who asked to have this taken off of consent. So I bring you have the floor to bring it forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be proposing an amendment, so I do want to get a main motion on the floor. I'd like to move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
I heard a motion to approve and a second. And now back to you, Counselor Cassett, and then we'll have discussion as well as opportunities for amendments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So I did want to confirm, and I believe Director Salazar, you'd be the person to confirm that any of our permanent part-time employees are also eligible for the $15 an hour minimum, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, yes, the part-time employees are included.
Okay, thank you. And so that brings me to my amendment, which when we read the caption, it does say all full-time non-probationary city employees. And the amendment would simply change it to all, hold on, I have to remember exactly what the wording was. I'm opening it up. Instead of full-time, we would put permanent non-probationary city employees to make sure that it accurately reflects that part-time permanent employees would also be receiving this $15 an hour minimum.
So do you want to make that amendment motion right now? All right, you have the floor to do that.
I will move to approve the amendment.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion for the amendment which strikes full-time and inserts permanent in its place. So that motion is on the floor now also for discussion, if anyone wants to discuss the amendment proposed by Counselor Cassett. I'm sorry, go ahead, Counselor Cassett.
I did actually just want to follow up, as long as I have the floor on this, to discuss my conversation with Attorney McSherry earlier regarding permanent versus people, the non-probationary and temporary employees, and why at this time we are unable to move forward with the $15 an hour minimum, and what the next steps are that we can take as a governing body to make sure that they're included, because I think that that's really pertinent to this discussion. So with your permission, Mr. Mayor, I'd like Attorney McSherry to be able to explain that.
Madam City Attorney, do you want to respond to Counselor Cassett's question about the other categories of employees to be included?
Sure, Mayor Weber, Counselor Cassett. So the change that you just moved is consistent with the rules. So essentially the caption had been inconsistent with the rule that was stated later in the same resolution. So I think that helps with our following the rule that we were saying we were following. With regards to expanding the outcome, we can certainly do that. We just need to either temporarily or permanently modify the personnel rules. And so a temporary modification could just be straight through a resolution. And then a permanent modification just has a little bit more process. And it includes 14-day notice to all the division directors, and then opportunity for them to comment about any unintended consequences or anything else, suggestions. And then you could adopt that permanent rule change. And then you could put in place the emergency salary change as well for those employees.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney McSherry. And is that also the permanent, it's still a resolution, just with a little bit more lead time that we need to give to department directors?
However, Counselor, yes, it would, but it would be modifying the rules. So we would have a caption saying modifying the rules to, and then we would say what would be modifying the rules to do. In this case, we didn't speak to modifying the rules at all in the caption or in the resolution itself. We just said we were following one of the rules. So it would just be a different purpose for the resolution that wasn't included in this existing resolution.
Okay. Thank you very much. I know this is something that I would like to be taking up. I think it's important that we, move this forward as quickly as possible. But I'm happy to work with any other of my colleagues who are interested in this. I know many others are, to make those rule changes so that we can make sure that we're including temporary and probationary employees as well. And I will yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vihil Coppler, you have the floor.
Mayor, can I just make a point of clarification?
Yes, please.
While she hits her unmute button, we are talking and debating right now the amendment,
Correct. We have an
not
amendment-
the whole thing.
Right, we have an amendment on the floor to the main motion.
Okay, so we're just in discussion about the amendment. We'll vote on the amendment, then go back to discussion on the whole bill, correct?
That's my understanding of where we are. Correct.
Okay, just clarifying.
Thank you. Councillor Vihil Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to the discussion that came up surrounding this amendment and the fact that, well, first of all, I think there's a misinterpretation of Rule 6.21. I know what the meaning of that rule is. I wrote that rule years ago. I know how it has, what the rule's purpose is. But with regard to this permanent, I don't have any objection to that. Permanent is defined in the personnel rules. But the reason for not the discussions that we had just now for not including probationary and temporary employees seem to hang its hat on this rule, which is not applicable. This is not applicable at all to this resolution. And whether you want me to speak to it now, I can, or I can speak to it later.
I think the best bet would be to get this amendment vote, and then we'll go to the main body of the resolution, if that's okay with you.
Well, it's okay with me, but I want you to know that I did propose amendments and they're not here. And why, I'm not sure. There seems to be certain staff people who think that things that I bring forward are not worthy. So I will speak to them then in the next round, but I don't think this word permanent takes care of everything that needs to be taken care of. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back on the main motion after we voted on the amendment. Councilwoman Villarreal, are you addressing the amendment at this time? You're muted still. Sorry.
Councilwoman Villarreal is having some internet issues. Yeah, anything else you want me to relay at the moment, Renee? No. Okay.
That's what it's a connectivity problem that's keeping it from happening. Okay. I don't know how to, I guess maybe she's going to leave and come back in. Let's wait for her to rejoin us because she does have the floor when she comes back. And Madam Clerk, if you can keep an eye, make sure she makes it into the main room when she rejoins us.
And yes, she's trying to log back in right now.
Okay, super. We will hit the pause button while we wait for her to rejoin. Councillor Cassett, are you able to text with her or you were able to communicate with her about where she is?
Yes, she's currently working on logging back in, and I let her know that we are waiting for her and that she'll have the floor when she gets back. And the three little dots are telling me she's typing. I'm happy to live report our conversation.
All right, it's okay as long as we're making progress toward getting her back in the room. That's the key.
So she's having trouble logging back in. I'm going to tell her to try on her call in. Can she do that?
I think that anything that gets her back in the meeting would be productive. I want her to have the floor. And I certainly don't want to take a vote on the amendment if she wants to address that amendment specifically. I want her to have the opportunity.
Yes, I did let her know that we are paused and that she'll have the floor when she gets back to discuss.
Okay. So hopefully she will be able to rejoin us.
Mayor, she joined the meeting and it looks like she's rejoining us.
There we go. I see her on the screen now. I don't.
That is so weird.
There you are. Welcome back.
I don't know what happened, so I'm just gonna have to go with my iPad right now.
Well, you have the floor.
I don't have the agenda in front of me, but the question I did have pertaining to the amendment, I was just curious about the cost adjustment, because the last time we talked about it, we were only referring to full-time employees. And now we're including part-time. So where does that adjustment take place?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, the fiscal impact analysis and the total cost is provided to council in the information packet did include part-time.
The initial amount did include part-time?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so when we
And
talked
Mr.
about
Mayor,
in finance
Counselor-
though,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, I was just wondering, but when we talked about it in finance, that was something we brought up as making sure that that adjustment would take place. And we said, yeah, our staff said, yeah, that would happen. But then, so I'm not understanding. You're saying it did include that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, yes, when staff went back to check the calculations and the position listing that was used to make the calculations that were included in the fiscal impact analysis, those did include the part-time positions.
Okay.
City Attorney, your hand is up. Were you trying to respond to the question as well?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, I did want to add to what Mary just said. Essentially, the permanent versus full-time, it was a technical error in the caption. The caption was supposed to reflect the rule that's cited in one of the whereas clauses. So and honestly, it was my mistake. I put full-time rather than the word permanent. But the rest, that's why only the caption is changing, because the text of the resolution does reflect the word permanent. It's just the caption misstated it.
Okay, thank you for your patience. Nothing was working for me over here and it's still not working. So I'm still trying to log back on, but thanks for answering my question.
Thank you. Are there any other comments regarding the specific amendment that's being proposed, which is, as I take it from the city attorney's clarification just now, is cleaning up the caption rather than changing the substance of the resolution? Councilor Villarreal, were you going to address the amendment?
Yes.
You have the floor.
So the word permanent defines that someone has already passed probation. So if you insert the word permanent, then it's redundant when it says non-probationary city employees. And if we pass this, then it makes moot all the other conversation. And I'm not sure that that it leaves room for, anything else that's going to be said, and the points that I wish to make when we talk about Rule Point 621. So I'm not sure where to go from here, except to say, the permanent word means non-probationary already, if you look at the definition in the rule.
Is there any response, or is that simply city attorney or HR director? Is it a redundant statement in the caption, or how do you interpret what we're doing here?
Mayor Weber, councilors, we could also just strike the word full-time.
Counselor Cassett,
I'd be happy to both strike full-time, non-probationary and just put permanent in. So instead of just striking full-time, strike full-time, non-probationary and put permanent city employees.
as a different amendment.
I suppose it would be a different amendment then. I'd be amending my amendment.
You'd be perhaps with.
No, you withdraw it and start again. And as the second, I would agree to that.
Okay. So
But you probably should do it formally.
yes, I will withdraw my motion.
and the
Oh,
second-
we're doing it both together. I thought we were doing them separately. All right, I'm gonna.
Well, no,
withdraw.
and I withdraw my second.
Okay.
And now you.
And then
put
I
your-
would like to make them. I was waiting for that part. And then
Sorry,
I'd like to
sorry.
make a motion.
I didn't get the script.
I didn't either. We're working on it still, guys. We're practicing. So then I'd like to make a motion to amend the caption to read a resolution supporting offering at least a wage of $15 per hour for employees of the city of Santa Fe and directing the city manager to offer hourly wage increases for all permanent city employees paid less than $15 per hour.
Second.
All right, so that's the new amendment designed to have the title reflect what's in the resolution. And to earlier questions by Councilwoman Villarreal, the FIR reflected that. It was simply the caption that didn't. And I know Councilwoman Veal Coppler has another issue she wants to raise, but I think we can vote on this amendment and then raise the next set of issues. Well, we have two hands up. Councilor Veal Coppler, followed by Councilor Garcia.
Thank you. So now I want to address deleting probationary employees. And what concerns me about this is that this is a minimum wage. This is not a merit increase. And when the purpose I thought was to increase employee salaries to equal, to give them a chance at a better cost of living increase. This is not a merit increase. So I don't understand why probationary employees aren't included. When you have, let's say, a fire cadet working alongside, as they do, a firefighter, they're both doing the same work. This minimum wage is not merit. And when you exclude probationary employees, you're treating this minimum wage as merit, and it's not. At least as I understand it, everything I've read, this is not merit. And so why would you want to create a morale problem by saying, just because you started a few months later, a few months later, we're not going to value you with the minimum wage like we are the person who's doing the same job right next to you. I think we're missing the boat by mixing apples and oranges with this salary increase. We're not treating employees the same. So we're saying, oh, the minimum wage doesn't apply to you because of your date of hire. And probably because probationary period is a time to establish merit. Do you merit the staying in your job after 6 months based on performance? And the minimum wage, the way I've read it, has nothing to do with performance. It has to do with cost of living and what it is to earn a decent wage. And so I am not for excluding anyone. I'm not even for excluding temporaries, because when you're talking minimum wage, it's the same reason. You're paying for a job, number one, that everybody else is also doing. And you're paying for a job because you're saying, this is what we would like to pay our employees because they live in a place that has a high cost of living. Granted, everything I've read that y'all have said, it's not enough, but it's something. So why would we exclude employees? I don't get that part. And I'm about being inclusive. And this is not a merit increase. And I just don't understand why we're starting something good off on the wrong foot by excluding people, excluding our employees. I think it's wrong. I think it's unfair. And I think it's not equitable. And I think we're misapplying a merit versus a true minimum wage. And that's why I can't support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the city attorney's hand is up, and then also Councilor Garcia and Councilor Cassett, and there may be others who want to address the point you just made, Councilor Vihel-Coppler. City Attorney McSherry.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, I absolutely agree. There's no intent to do a merit increase here. The rule that's cited is about an emergency retention, which is different than increasing the minimum wage in the compensation plan, which would be another way to do this. But because that could cause a wage cliff for some employees, the mechanism that was selected here was not to force the increase for all employees, but to offer it. And so since we're not increasing the floor automatically for all employees, it's not an increase to the compensation plan. So it gives the employees the choice whether to accept the raise or not. And so there's only a few ways that a wage increase may be offered under our existing rules. And so this is following the emergency retention limitations. And so those rules that were adopted by the governing body do have those limitations, and we can certainly modify them. It just takes another step. And so we can still pursue what you'd like to do.
Thank you. I understand that, but that's where now that you brought it up, I'm going to address it. This rule does not apply here. The emergency retention rule is it's an option for a manager to request an emergency retention increase to keep someone from going to another job. That's the reason for that rule. It has its own sole purpose, which has nothing to do with this, or we wouldn't even have to change the rule. That's why I told you today with my amendment, we don't have to change that rule. That's not even, that's a total misinterpretation of that rule. That has nothing to do with this. That has to do with trying to keep somebody in a job and to prevent them from going to another agency. But of course, it doesn't apply internally from job to job. But that was the reason that rule was written. And I believe it has no bearing on this resolution before us. And I know because I wrote it. And I know because state government does this as well, or at least they used to. That's a way to keep your employees from going somewhere else. And I believe we have from time to time invoked this rule in our own city to prevent people from leaving and going somewhere else. That's the sole reason for that rule. And so I think it's moot. And I would hope my colleagues would like go along with the spirit and intent of this resolution. I think it's a good thing. And I'm going to go back and say, I think that it's punitive to not offer it to all employees. I mean, how would being temporary or how would being probationary exempt them from a minimum wage? I don't think we should exempt anyone. All our position descriptions are written. They all will do the same job regardless of their status. And, I think that it's a mistake to get off on the wrong foot and create an immediate morale problem. And so I would say we should get rid of the labels and the statuses of employees and offer it to every single employee. I thought that was the intent of the minimum wage. And if we're truly talking, which I think all of you have spoken about in a good way, to increase the minimum wage, then let's do it. It applies to everyone, and I think it should. And otherwise it's a merit, and it's not a merit. And that emergency retention is not is not at all part of this. It's for keeping people, an employee, from abandoning the city and going to work for a better job elsewhere at more money. And what that emergency retention rule means, you can pretty much have the law of the land within the salary range to offer them whatever it is within there to keep them. That's all that rule is. It has nothing to do with this. It doesn't have anything to do with minimum wage or anything. So I think it's the wrong rule to hang your hat on, to not give employees all the equal treatment of a minimum wage. So there. So I can't support the amendment.
Thank you, Counselor. And I think the HR Director Salazar has her hand up to speak to the avenue that was selected to try to get this $15 minimum wage adopted. There may be other avenues or a second avenue to take to extend it to other people as you're recommending, but I'll leave it to Director Salazar to speak to the way to get the $15 minimum wage into effect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our intent was to always be inclusive of all employees. As Attorney McSherry stated, this isn't a merit, and we never approached it as a merit increase. We utilize that rule because we do want to keep our employees here, and we want to be able to recruit new employees as we're competing with several other governments and different industries, because everyone is raising their minimum pay. So it is a matter of recruitment and retention. We selected this rule as Attorney McSherry mentioned. We could have changed the classification and compensation plan, which would have also required your approval at the governing body level. However, that would have made it mandatory, and we do work with employees with regard to that benefits cliff. So if they get an increase, it may reduce their opportunities for other assistance that they may be receiving. So we wanted to have an opt-out process for employees so they don't lose other benefits that they're receiving, not necessarily from the city, but other benefits that they may be receiving. We didn't want to harm them in that way and make it difficult for them to come to work. So we are trying to utilize the best approach possible to be flexible for our employees. And we, again, do not intend to exclude anyone. Probationary employees under the way it's written right now will be eligible for it. We have 11 people who are currently on probation. 4 of them will come off in December, 2 in January, 2 in February, 2 in March, and 1 in April. So it will include all employees. And I hope that provides a little bit of clarification.
May I respond? Thank you, Ms. Salazar. I appreciate that. And I understand what you're saying. However, when you don't increase employees' pay at the same time like this would do, and you then implement in stages, that follows them, that accrues. They're always going to be behind, and it accrues at a different rate, in a different way down the line, and it certainly affects their PERA, except for temporary employees. I'll grant that, but it affects everything for the rest of their career. And it, because it's an accrual kind of thing, it snowballs, and they'll stay behind eventually. They'll never catch up. So I see this as something so simple, and I don't understand why we're treating people differently. And I think that this is, I just don't get it. There's no reason in the world that I see as an HR professional why we can't implement this for everyone, because it is a minimum wage. And I just think it's a big mistake. And I'm just like flabbergasted that something so simple is turned into a kind of the haves and have-nots. And that's a morale problem. So that's all.
Thank you, Counselor. We have a couple other hands up and I have a question or two of my own. So let's move to Counselor Garcia and then Counselor Cassett and then Counselor Romero-Worth, remembering it's the amendment that's on the floor at the moment. We haven't voted on that yet. And then we have the main motion as well. That said, Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I'll speak to the amendment and then I guess I'll speak to something else later, if dependent on the response. So with the amendment, if it were to be approved, it completely closes any opportunity to extend a blanket $15 minimum wage. Am I understanding that correctly? Because now it would be.
Yeah, that's a great question. Let's get the city attorney to address that.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, it does not foreclose any future opportunities. You could either raise the compensation plan or you could do a temporary rule change or a permanent rule change. There's many options, so you can absolutely expand it.
Okay. Because I do echo some of the same concerns Councilor Vihel-Coppler brought up in the sense that this should be a blanket $15 minimum, no matter what your status is, permanent, part-time, temporary, whatever it is. If you come to work for the city, you're not going to make a penny less than $15 an hour. And if that was the intention, and if we've got to modify some other rules, why isn't there a sister or companion legislation with this? That way it's all blanket at the same time. Because I think now that might not have been the intention, because if that was, we would be seeing this matter and then the matter of the rule change, I'm assuming in front that we would have to take, which there hasn't been even any action on. Nobody's introduced any changes, any of that. And it's so going through our process, it would be a minimum month because I don't think anybody's introducing anything tonight on the topic. So I guess my question is, because again, it determines how I vote on this. When would be the soonest we could modify the rule changes, whatever need to be, that way anybody getting paid through the city is making a minimum of $15 an hour. When can we potentially make something like that take effect?
City attorney or others, can you advise I think it's a good question. If we wanted to take this up, what would be the timetable for addressing Councilor Garcia's question of the speed with which we could make that rule change?
However, Councilor Garcia, under the regular process, it would be introduced at the end of October and then potentially adopted early November. If the governing body or the sponsor found a basis for either unusual circumstances, which perhaps this is, perhaps it could be introduced in a committee and then adopted in late October.
Okay. Because I think at minimum, that's what we need to do. If that's the case, if we can't make it a part of this legislation for any reason, put my name as the sponsor and we get to work on this. And we need to ensure that, as I mentioned, anybody that's working for the city doesn't earn a penny less than $15 an hour. I thought that that's what we were doing, and as we're uncovering and peeling the onion, it's not. So I think that's all the questions I got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good questions. Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do just want to point out that this amendment actually doesn't change what's happening in the bill. All it does is changes so that the caption reflects what was already being proposed in the resolution. So that's what's happening with this amendment here. And I feel like maybe y'all didn't hear me, but that was what I basically started out with, which the next step is that we really need to be updating the rules or making a permanent change or a temporary change in order to include all temporary and probationary as well. I do also want to highlight what Director Salazar was stating about the fiscal cliff that people are, no, sorry, not the fiscal cliff. We don't need to talk about that, but the pay cliff that people will experience. So I do think that it is important that whatever mechanism we use continues to utilize it as an option, because there really can be the situation where individuals can lose thousands of dollars in support because their salary goes up by just a couple hundred, or, and so it really actually has a negative impact on the overall financial situation for that employee and their family. So I think that that is really important, that we continue, that this is an option, absolutely. But leaving that option available for some individuals, if they are looking at their financial piece, especially, I would say, probably part-time, that would really come into play there. So I think making sure that we provide it as that option for people that if they'd like to move up, but that, and I had asked Director Salazar about this before, making sure that HR, as they are working with individuals, that they are also working with them to really tease out that information, because the last thing that we want to do is for this good thing to actually, have a negative impact on any of our employees' finances. So that's just really, I wanted to drive home. The amendment simply just updates the caption so that it accurately reflects what is already being stated in the resolution, and that is how I started, that we need to jump on right away. And I did not have time to introduce it because I had the conversation with Attorney McSherry at 1:30 p.m. Today. But, Councilor Garcia, I'm happy to hear that you want to sponsor that. And I'd love to work with you on that. And maybe we could get something prepped to introduce by Finance on Monday, and get this over to the governing body by the end of the month. So we really are only seeing a 2-week lag. The other option we have is we can not give this opportunity for people for 2 more weeks. We do have that option that we could hold this and do an emergency sister resolution, but that means that there's a number of employees that would lose out on a 2-week increase in their wage. Am I understanding that correctly, Director Salazar, that if we were to go with an emergency sister and get it passed by the end of the month, that would impact people that way?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, that's a good question. So the proposed effective date based on the financial analysis that was conducted would have an effective date of November 27th. So if we could get it done quickly, we'd still be within that time frame anyway. So that's a good question.
So I suppose that is an option that we could all consider tonight. If we want to pass it all as one package, we could draft a sister resolution, introduce it at Finance, vote to suspend our rules, and vote for it by the end of the month, and be passing it all as one giant package. So I'd be interested to hear what my colleagues' thoughts are on that, or Attorney McSherry's.
I think the city attorney's hand is up, as well as a number of our council members, but city attorney may want to clarify the process question you just raised, Councilor Cassett.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, I don't know if we'd even need a sister. We could just do a substitute or an alternative one, because we could do it all in one. We would just need a much broader caption.
Thank you. I don't believe I have any other questions or comments, but it does sound like that could be an option, and still have us on schedule for that implementation date in late November. So thank you.
Councilor Romero Worth, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, and Councilor Villarreal, in that order.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Garcia's hand is up. Was he first?
No, he had, I think, just left it up from his last comment.
Okay, sorry. Just didn't want to jump in front of anybody. So if I'm understanding the conversation here, Councilor Vihel-Coppler said that this rule has only been used to keep people from leaving the city. And then I think Director Salazar said, in fact, we are employing this rule to keep people from leaving the city because we're in a very competitive job market. And, other places are raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. So it seems like we actually are using the rule the way it was contemplated. But then I'm also curious, whether there's anything in the language of the rule, because I don't have the language of the rule, I don't think, that suggests that limits the use of the rule to a particular, you know, that you can only use it in one way, and only, you know, if they're, I mean, it doesn't seem like we're violating it, but can somebody speak to that a little bit more?
I think
Maybe.
the city attorney's hand is up to speak to
Okay.
that.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Mayor Worth, my understanding of the only limitation, I'll pull it up here, but Councilor Beha-Coppler did identify that exception, which is when you're potentially at risk of leaving your job for another job at the city. And I think there is an overarching concern at the city of its employees leaving in general. And so that is why that rule is being invoked. But the governing body could certainly decide if you don't think that's the appropriate application. It is your rule.
So, but there's nothing in the language that says anything that limits this.
Mayor Weber, Councilor, other than the limitation to leave to another job at the city, I do not believe so, but I'm going to double check, and maybe Director Salazar might have it right in front of her.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, I do, and it's pretty short. I can read it real quick. The city manager may authorize a salary increase to any rate in the salary range for the emergency retention of employees, except those in temporary status who have completed at least 6 months continuous service. Employees under consideration for another position in the city will not be eligible for such a salary increase to retain them in their current positions. That's the rule.
Okay. So there's not, I mean, so we're not misusing the rule.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, no, I do not believe that we're misusing the rule. As Attorney McSherry stated, we could apply a different rule, such as increasing the bottom of the range for the classification and compensation plan. But this rule does apply because we do want to retain our current employees. And then with the hiring of new employees, they would be hired at that minimum rate. So it's inclusive of every new employee that we hire moving forward.
Okay, and I guess that was my other question is, we are not being, well, what's the right way to say this? We are being inclusive. We are just our intention is to be inclusive. It's just the way we're doing this, because we're kind of learning as we go here, is that we're going to have to do this in steps, correct? Unless we pull the whole thing back and do a sub or something. But the intention is to be inclusive.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, yes, absolutely. The intent is to be inclusive. So this rule will allow, if it's approved, all current employees who are under $15 an hour to receive a salary increase to $15 an hour. But the rule does say you have to be not in a probationary status. So the intent is once they come off, they would automatically receive that increase. And as I mentioned, we have 11 employees and most of them will be coming off in the next couple of months. Then any new hire that we hire in any of our city departments will be paid at the rate of no less than $15 an hour. So absolutely the intent is to be inclusive of all of our employees and exactly what was stated earlier, everyone who works for the city of Santa Fe will earn no less than $15 an hour.
Okay, and then this issue of staggering and not being able to recover because you got your raise, I think the implication is you got your raise at a different time, therefore you're going to be treated somehow differently. I mean, if we get all of this stuff in place, so let's say we pass this thing tonight and then we go back and we make the rule change and everybody gets the raise at the end of November as was contemplated. There's no staggering issue, is there?
Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, if that happens and a rule is changed to include probationary employees before the anticipated effective date of the end of November, then there's no issue there.
Okay, and so, because originally I was thinking, you know, we could say that we could amend this bill tonight to say that it doesn't go into effect until the rule change happens so that we're capturing everybody. But if the effective date isn't still until the end of November, we have time to do the other steps we need to capture everybody, which is our intent.
Yes.
I'm understanding that correctly, right?
Yes.
And so I don't know why we wouldn't, you know, go forward with what we have now, and then let's do the couple other things. I'm happy to work with Councilor Garcia and Councilor Cassett to bring forward what we need to do to make sure that we follow through with what our intent is, which is to capture everybody at the same time, which would be the end of November. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're in vigorous agreement about the intent. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor, and then Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I'm not really sure what rule we would change, because if we change the emergency retention rule, then we're going to kind of blow that rule out of the water. That rule is clearly just to have an avenue to give a salary increase in any point of the salary range to someone who has been offered another job in another agency. And it includes language which says you have to be you have to have passed probation. Otherwise, who cares if you leave the organization? We don't even know if you're worthy to keep in 6 months. That's kind of the intent of the rule, emergency retention. This wage increase, minimum wage increase, is not an emergency retention. It's a cost of living minimum wage. It's a minimum wage. It has nothing to do with emergency now, but there's still the issue of temporary employees. Now, they should be paid the same as they work side by side, doing the same job and the same job classification as someone who is a regular employee. And, you know, I did submit these ideas to our legislative analyst for amendments today. You know, I wanted to be inclusive rather than exclusive. And for some reason, I don't know, my stuff didn't get in. So the things we are talking about are the amendments that I clearly wanted to present. And I have the experience to do this. I'll just say that. And so I want to spearhead the amendments that I had in the city attorney's office and go forward with them. And they can address this. But I'm going to be clear. I don't think we have to address anything here tonight. The rule that we're citing is it's like apples and oranges. And I don't see any reason why this resolution tonight can't be amended to be inclusive, to include all employees, period. Whether they're probationary, permanent, whatever they are, exempt, whatever, temporary, because I don't see any violation of any rule. And it's simple. Here we are going about, let's go into the future, let's change these rules, which I'm not even clear what rules we're changing, because I think that we are within the rules. I've read these. I wrote most of them in my career here, and I know what these rules say. And I just think we can really do something good here tonight if we just amend to include everyone, pass it, and then let's move on with our meeting. I don't understand, and we shouldn't be picking and choosing. Like, I don't really understand the discussion, but some people might jump off the cliff and doing that. That's going a little too far. I think we need to just be fair and equitable and treat everybody the same. And that's the purpose of minimum wage. And I think we should not forget that. It's honoring every employee who works for us, whether they come in a week and they cut weeds in the park, or whether they go and irrigate the golf course as a temporary, they should get minimum wage. And I thought that was the intent of this, that we want to be a city that offers no less than minimum wage. And now we're differentiating between this and that and the other, which I don't think is fair. And I don't think there's any rule violations before us. And I would, you know me, I would tell you if there was. And I would be happy to work on amendments, but the only amendments I want to work on were the ones I proposed earlier in the day, and that is to be inclusive. And unfortunately, they're not here. So I don't know what happened there, but you know, I really want to make a pitch to my colleagues that we can pass this tonight by just changing the language to include all employees. And so that's what I'm for. And then let's do something good here tonight. We don't need to stall this. We don't need to stall it at all.
Thank you, Counselor. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's it. Thank you.
I think the city attorney's hand is up, and I know that Councilwoman Villarreal's hand is up, and I have a few questions of my own. I've been letting other people speak, but I do want to take a chance of my own. So, but first I would offer the city attorney a chance to speak, and then Councilwoman Villarreal, and then I would like the floor. I think you're on mute, city attorney.
I'm on mute. Thank you. I was lowering my hand, not unmuting. Thank you, Mayor Weber. I was just going to say that the rule that could be amended would be a new option for the available reasons for, or variable categories for the city manager to offer pay increases. So they're relatively limited right now, and we're dealing with one of those limitations with regard to the non-probationary. So we would just add a temporary change to allow it to be extended. And we could even put it as like this specific time period for this specific purpose. So it could be a very limited temporary rule.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, and then me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm just, because I don't know this particular handbook with the Rule 6 and using that provision to make this change. Is there another way to just make the change to minimum wage without having to amend this, what sounds more like the emergency retention of employees? So what was there another avenue, I guess? I know that Councillor Vihel-Coppler was explaining that. I'm just curious why we picked this one and just didn't do a blanket minimum wage increase based on city resolution.
Is that a city attorney question? Or
I don't know.
I think the city attorney's hand is up, and I suspect that our HR director may also want to respond, Councilwoman.
And I can defer to Director Salazar as well, but we could have increased the compensation plan via resolution, but I think it ties back to this, the cliff, not the financial cliff, the wage cliff in terms of benefits, that it's been mentioned a couple times, and I think maybe Director Salazar has more on that subject.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal. So that was, we really talked about how we could just do a blanket approach. But again, in working with several city employees who receive additional benefits if they earn at a certain level. So any type of increase could take them over that limit to receive those benefits. And so that causes that cliff, that benefits cliff. Not necessarily people, they might feel like jumping off the cliff, but we want to make sure that they're able to maintain those benefits so they can opt out of the salary increase and say, I'd rather take the benefits that I'm currently receiving and stay at my current rate than getting the salary increase and losing that benefit. So we want it to be as flexible as possible with employees who are in that situation. And that's the reason why we opted for this rule that would allow for salary increases for our existing employees.
Thank you. I guess I'm curious how many people that affects this benefits cliff.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, we don't know everyone who it might affect because we're not, we work with some employees who have different assistance programs that they're a part of, but we definitely don't know everything of what employees are receiving, just the few that we've worked with to do compensation reviews for them to obtain those benefits. So I couldn't answer that question because there are a lot of employees who have those benefits that are, they don't, HR is not aware of what they're receiving.
Right. Well, do they, with those individuals that may have that possibility of the cliff or experiencing that cliff, could they then reject a pay increase to 15?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, that is the reason why we opted for this option, is to allow them to say, yeah, I don't want the salary increase because it'll jeopardize my benefits. And so an example might be if someone is receiving child care assistance and their household income increases with a $15 an hour increase, and it takes them off an eligibility list, their pay might increase by 50 cents an hour, but their monthly expenses will increase perhaps by $400 a month. And so it's not, they might not be able to afford to continue working if that's the case. And so we want to be able to give employees options in that regard. I'm not sure how many cases that will be, but we want to make sure that they have that flexibility.
I understood. It's unfortunate that having to make a certain income allows you to certain benefits. It's federal benefits. It's disgusting, actually. I don't know. I'm conflicted with this because it's needed, and I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I guess I need to think about this more. One thing that I just remember from finance and the discussion, I asked when this would be implemented, the funding source, and I had the impression based on what Director McCoy said is that it takes place next fiscal year, like next budget cycle, not right away. So I'm happy to hear it's going to happen right away, but I'm just recalling a conversation we had in finance. Do you recall that, Director McCoy, and what and maybe you misunderstood me? Do you remember what you had said?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I'd love to clarify. We did provide two different calculations in the fiscal impact report. One was for the remainder of this fiscal year, because the intent is to provide this option as soon as possible to employees in the current fiscal year across all funding sources. Of course, this is a recurring cost. And so where the discussion came in with several of the councilors and committee is that we have to annualize the cost, not just for the remaining pay periods, but also for the entire fiscal year, and be able to project what the impact is, not only in FY22, but in FY23 as well, and then be able to compare that to our recurring revenue and ensure that this is a sustainable plan that we're bringing forward to City Council. And so we have done that. And again, the total annualized cost as well as the cost for the remaining pay periods in this year are both included in the fiscal impact analysis. It's something that we try to do to be able to anticipate cost increases going forward.
Got it. Okay. The annualization of costs, that's what caught me up. So thanks for the clarification. That's all.
Thank you. I'm going to take the privilege of being the chair to speak for a few minutes and then ask a few questions. And then I see Councillor Lindell's hand is up. I don't mean to cut you off, Councillor Lindell. I just would like to weigh in myself. I think as when I said earlier, I wasn't that we are all in vigorous agreement about the intent. I was being completely serious. I don't think there's disagreement about what we're trying to achieve here. I think we want it to apply to everybody. including people who are temporary and on probation. And as far as retaining employees, if we have somebody who is on probation and they are making a contribution to the city already, we would like them to be able to opt into this $15 an hour minimum wage if it fits their budget, so we don't lose them either. If we're having them on probation, we test them out and then they get a better offer, we've just lost an employee who we've worked to get into our system and then lost at the moment after we're ready to have them be full-time and off probation. So I think it applies to everybody. At least that's the intent, and that is certainly the goal. At the same time, if I'm hearing the words of our city attorney and our HR director correctly, because of our city government processes and regulations, as well as what Councilwoman Varela was just pointing out, which is federal benefits requirements, we're trying to be both inclusive and flexible at the same time. We want it to apply to everyone. We want those for whom it would be a disadvantage to be able to say, I'm sorry, I can't really use this to my benefit. It would in fact penalize me because of the perverse way in which federal benefits and the cliff effect, as it's referred to, could in fact end up having people lose ground financially rather than gain it. So the challenge for our city attorney, our HR director, and our city manager is to find a vehicle that will permit us to achieve both of those goals, to be inclusive and flexible at the same time. I think we are all in vigorous agreement that we want to see this extended to people who are temporary and probationary employees. That's the intent. That is everybody's intent. I haven't heard any disagreement on that whatsoever. The question is the best mechanism, the best route to achieve that goal. And if we can, to Councilor Garcia's earlier point, which I thought was excellent, move forward a rule amendment that changes our emergency rule authority and gets it done swiftly, then to the earlier point by Councilor Cassett, nobody gets left out, or Councilor Romero Worth, nobody's left out. It is inclusive, and at the same time, because of the rule that we're using, it provides flexibility so that no individual who would be disadvantaged by what is intended as a benefit would be, at our requirement, losing federal benefits that help their families make ends meet. We all know these are very difficult times financially for people. We know there's a great competition for talent. We know that people are finding their way forward using all of the different financial tools at their disposal, whether it's the federal benefit program, minimum wage, the living wage, which I hope will increase in Santa Fe, our Mayors for a Guaranteed Income project. These are the tools in our toolkit. At the same time, we want people to be able to select for themselves what gives them the greatest avenue to keep their families financially healthy and whole. It may be for some people a $15 minimum wage is a no-brainer. It's absolutely the best thing possible, and we would lose them otherwise. It may be for somebody the loss of a federal benefit offsets the increase to a $15 minimum wage, and we certainly don't want to penalize people who are currently probationary or temporary, and we want to gain their full-time employment because they're talented and we want them to be part of the city family. That's not a question, but let me pose it as such to our HR director and or our city attorney. Isn't that in effect the balancing act we're trying to achieve here? And we are eager to be inclusionary. If we can bring a rule change forward swiftly, to Councilor Garcia's point, we can effectively extend this to everybody and then also have flexibility for those who might face the so-called cliff effect that would penalize them. Director Salazar, have I summarized that reasonably well?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that captures everything, I believe.
So we are all, I hear everybody in this governing body agreeing on the intent and the outcome we're trying to seek. I think we want to get that done. We have the tools at our hands to make it happen rapidly. And we would also continue to have flexibility for people given this so-called cliff effect, which is not a new phenomenon. This goes back decades. It's been a problem in federal benefit provision for a long time. And it is, as Councilwoman Villarreal said, it is very, very unfortunate. And I think she said disgusting that people are faced with those kinds of choices. So with that, I turn to Councilor Lindell and then Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. You pretty much said everything that I want to say. I don't hear any disagreement on this governing body about this issue. We want everyone that works for the city of Santa Fe to make a minimum of $15 an hour. So the question for us is, what is the most direct, quickest way for us to make that happen? It looks like we have a little speed bump in the road tonight, but in as much as when this was timed to take effect, it sounds like we do have an answer to, I think Councilor Garcia made a suggestion. And if we can go ahead and implement and get this done under the same time frame that we had originally proposed, I think we're on the right track. Because no one here, we all want the exact same outcome. It's just process that is tripping us up some. And so if we could have some clarity on what is the most expedient process for us to get to this finish line and have the implementation when we originally planned to implement, that would be terrific. And I don't know if that answer is going to come from the city attorney, if it will come from HR Director Salazar, but if we could just get the answer to that, we have an amendment and perhaps we could move forward with this. And as Councilor Vigil-Koppler said, we could accomplish something good tonight. So let's try to do that.
Thank you, Councilor Lindell. And I do think we've heard suggestions on how rapidly we could make that change to the rules, and then it would be both flexible and inclusive. Councilor Garcia, you have your hand up, and so does Councilor Vigil-Koppler. And Councilor Lindell, your hand is still up, but I think you're done.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I got a question in regards to the amendment and how it affects the language in the resolution. Because it currently reads that the resolution reads, you've got to be working with the city at least 6 months. We've kind of all been in agreement that I think it should impact everybody. That includes somebody if they just came on board last week. So do we need to amend the language in the resolution to ensure that it is all inclusive of everybody and we're covering all bases? I don't know if this amendment prohibits us from doing that. And that's why I guess I'm asking the question, how does this amendment potentially impact us changing language in the body of the resolution?
Yeah, I hear your question, Councilor, and I think the city attorney is her hand is up to respond.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia. The amendment doesn't really change the opportunity to do that. The limitation is the existing rule. So the resolution is currently consistent with our rules. If we want to broaden those rules, that's the kind of other opportunity that we're looking at, which could either be a temporary or permanent change. The temporary change is a faster process. The permanent change does require that 14-day review by the directors, an opportunity for feedback. So those are our options in terms of the rule changes, but those aren't our options for this resolution, because the way this resolution was introduced was in line with the existing rules. It wasn't, we would have to add something to a caption saying amending the personnel rules to, and then we'd say how we're amending them. And I'm thinking we could say, and I think the problem is you can't implement the change until you've adopted the rules. So we probably have these two, I'm thinking through this. We'd have two sister resolutions that we probably would need to introduce. One would amend the rules, the next one would implement the rule, right?
Okay, so the way it stands, it wouldn't be, wouldn't cause problems in the future. We wouldn't have to say, well, the original resolution says this with the rule change. And I just don't want us to kind of get ourselves in a much more tangled mess, given that, you know, especially since it says at least 6 months. And I want that language to be obviously more inclusive. But if you're saying no, it doesn't, then I'll take that. That's the question I had. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you, sir. And Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have a different view, and that is that if this amendment passes, it automatically excludes probationary employees. And the reason I say that, if you look at the definition of permanent employee, means a person in a classified position who has successfully completed the probationary period. So this only would apply to classified employees. That's another part you haven't discussed. That's what permanent means. And so it doesn't have anything to do with full-time, part-time, or anything. Permanent employees means a classified employee who passes probation. And so we're not including terms, temporaries, or probationary employees. We're not even including exempts, which for all practical purposes earn more than $15. But if you're looking at all of that, those are the only statuses of employees we have. And so if you approve this amendment called permanent, then this only applies to classified employees. And that's the definition of permanent employee. And that's what I'm saying. I think that once you pass this resolution with that word, then that's it. I mean, you can change all the rules in the world, but you're going to have to change the resolution again if you want it to apply to anybody else. And so I still have the belief that with some simple amendments tonight, we can pass this thing and be done. I don't see even any rule change that needs to happen. And so, first of all, it's obvious that people don't know the rules, and we should know the rules if this is going to, come up and we're going to make some important decisions like this. I don't see a rule change that's needed. We just need to tweak, and those were my amendments that didn't get here today, which I am baffled that they didn't get here. They would have been simple changes. We'd be on our way. We'd be well into our agenda for the next, we'd be in the next hour of our agenda. So, I think that we ought to be very clear about this amendment because it excludes a lot of people. And I don't think that that's, our intention is not to, but that's what this amendment does. That's the term. That's what that means in the rules. So I'm just giving you a word of caution. I can't support the amendment. Thank you.
I see the city attorney's hand is up.
Mayor Rivera was going to ask for clarification on something, but I think I lost my train of thought. Thank you.
Okay. I have a question for our HR director. The question was asked earlier, what's another avenue to take? And you said, or somebody said, we could amend our salary structure. If we do that, we take away the question of whether people have the option to look at their own finances and say a $15 minimum wage, recognizing it's a floor, not a ceiling. But for me as an individual, $15, which would be let's hypothetically say a small actual hourly increase, costs me federal benefits. We would simply remove that from people's own financial calculations if we made it a part of our salary structure without having this emergency technique. Is that why you didn't go down that road?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct, because it wouldn't be an option for them anymore.
Okay. I want to refresh everybody's memory. I know we've been very much in a discussion about rules and options and flexibility and who's covered and who isn't. Right now, the only motion on the floor is to change the title. So it says we would strike all full-time non-probationary and say permanent. That's the motion on the floor. So if there's no further discussion about that, that's an amendment. I would propose the clerk call the roll on that amendment, and then we would move to the main motion.
Yeah, so just a point of clarification, Mayor, there are two motions, the underlying motion and then a motion for the amendment, which
Yes.
we're currently on.
Right now, we're only discussing, or we are only hypothetically discussing the amendment.
Correct.
Could we call the roll on that amendment, and then we will address the main motion, whether it's amended or not amended?
Yes. Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Beho Coppler,
No,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Abstain.
Councilor Beta,
Abstain.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
No.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
All right, so all we've done up to now is to change the title so that it is in concert with the language in the resolution. We've discussed what we would do going forward to address including people who are not included in this resolution. And Councilor Garcia, among others, I think Councilor Vio-Koppler, Councilor, almost everybody has said they would work on a fast track to include other employees so that it is a $15 minimum wage offer for people who are temporary, people who are on probation, and so on. Is there any further clarification at this time of what we are voting on? And also what Councilor Lindell said was and I agree with her, the intent of the governing body, which is to expand, extend, and include everyone so that this is a benefit available to anyone who would be a city employee. Is there any further discussion about the intention? Councilor Abeyta.
So my only concern, Mayor, is if we pass this tonight and then amendments or changes come forward and we can't agree because people are going to lose their benefits, then we will not address probationary employees as part of this. And so that's my concern with not doing it now, is we land up going down this rabbit hole, having to deal with benefits or people losing them, and then we land up with just this resolution passing tonight and nothing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I pivot off your comment, Councilor, and raise a question to both either our city attorney or our HR director, because I think it's very much a significant point you raise. Do you mind if I interpret your question a little bit more broadly?
Sure, go ahead.
So I guess the question that is asked or ought to be addressed if possible, is there, given the HR director and the city attorney's understanding of our rules, is there an amendment to the body of this resolution that would tonight include all of the parties that we all want to include. I don't think anyone wants to exclude anyone. The goal is temporary employees. The goal is people who are on probation. The goal is all categories. Is there, given the way the door we are going through, if you will, to make this happen as quickly as possible with flexibility for employees, if the council wanted, if the governing body wanted to entertain an amendment to the resolution itself using this rule, is there a way to do that tonight? Or because we're using the rule we're using for flexibility and inclusiveness, do we need to take the path of bringing forward an amendment to the rule, temporary or permanent?
Mr. Mayor, that's a really good question. My suggestion, and I don't know if Attorney McSherry will see it this way as well, but I think you could make an amendment to the existing resolution that's on the table right now to include all employees for this purpose only, for the raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And I think that would suffice and capture what our intent is, but I will yield the floor to Attorney McSherry.
Mayor Weber, Director Salazar, I'm not sure I totally understand the suggestion. I think from what I've heard, the intent would be to implement as probationary employees become, because there is a specific restriction in the existing rule. So I am recommending we change that restriction for this purpose, either on a temporary or permanent basis, in order to, if we want to implement it all at the same time. I think what we have now would allow for implementation as probationary employees become non-probationary. But under the existing rule, and this was the same advice I had given to multiple counselors today, who were seeking the same type of amendment. So it does sound like everyone is very similarly motivated. Before Councilor Vehil-Coppler asked for the change, if someone else had already talked to me about the same change, and they also disclosed that today and gave them the same advice. So I've been giving the same advice all afternoon, and to the mayor when he initially brought this resolution. How do we do this? We either need to amend the rules or we can follow our existing rules, and here's what our existing rules are. So certainly we have options. This could be step one, and we can certainly do a step two to catch up with it, or we can decide, let's do it all in one fell swoop, and we can just introduce a rule amendment with a sister amendment that does the enables the change that's allowed by the rule.
But let me just pursue it one more step, if I may. Given the rule that we're using, I think the goal of the governing body, I haven't heard anybody disagree, is not to have people hit $15 an hour as they come off of probation, but to have it be inclusive. Given that, and given the rule we are using, a simple amendment to the language of this resolution would not be possible because the rule is in place as it is. So our choice is basically two paths. Path one is we could adopt this resolution. There's nothing about it that would prohibit us from coming back as rapidly as possible, as Councilor Garcia's question indicated earlier, with a temporary or permanent rewrite of that rule and get it done in time so that when this $15 minimum wage offer goes into effect, it would apply to everybody rather than be as you come off probation. Or if the governing body preferred, we could simply bring that forward, bring that additional change forward simultaneously with taking up this at another date. But either way, there is no simple language change. I'm looking on a different computer here, if you're wondering what I'm pointing at. I have a screen open over here with the language of this resolution. There isn't a simple change to the language of this resolution as you understand it, City Attorney, given the rule we're using, that would become the inclusive change we're all seeking.
Mayor Weber, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I see 3 hands up. We have changed the title, so it's simply consistent with the body of the resolution, but we're still wrestling with how to become inclusive and remain flexible at the same time. Counselor Cassett, your hand is up first.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I think that, I mean, really at this point, I think the biggest question is, which has been stated, and do we pass this one now and then come forward with an expedited process for the two sister resolutions, or do we come with a replacement resolution and expedite that process? But regardless, I mean, we do have two paths for making sure that everybody is receiving this by November 27th. And I think that that is the biggest question right now. This would not be delaying it, for anybody, but really, do we want to do this in pieces, or do we want to hold it and do it as a whole and pass it all, whatever our second meeting in October is? I don't know what that date is.
27.
Perfect. So I think, I mean, and I honestly see pros and cons to both. We can still use this rule, so we do have that flexibility, and then just making that temporary rule change or a permanent rule change, whichever we prefer for the inclusivity part. So I'm honestly open to either of them, because either path gets it done. Either path makes sure that we are extending this to everybody, and that we are being really mindful that everybody's financial situation is a little bit different, and that we want to make sure that we're not having anybody lose any federal benefits or assistance programs that they may be in.
Thank you. Let's see. I see Councillor Vihel-Coppler. I see Councillor Abeyta. First Councillor Vihel-Coppler, then Councillor Garcia, then Councillor Abeyta.
Thank you. Well, in the spirit of everything I already said, and in your question, Mayor, I wanted to say that I do see some simple language changes that could be made tonight, regardless of whether you all support them or not. I think this would take care of it. And if you go to the second page, to the very bottom of the resolution, and it says, now therefore be it resolved by the governing body of the city of Santa Fe that the governing body, and then go all the way down, skip everything else, delete everything else, and go into directs, and I would say forget be it resolved. I would say directs the city manager to offer. That way they can decline it. Increases to the pay for all city employees who do not currently make $15 an hour. That's what I would suggest. That's a simple change, and I think that would take care of it. So those, the city manager shall offer. And if someone wants to decline it based on Director Salazar's concerns for the benefits, they can decline. And that would be an administrative decision that's made by, I suppose, the city manager and in concert with the director of personnel or of HR. So that would be how I would resolve this. And we could just do it and be done. I don't think there's a rule change. I haven't heard what rule change would change, because I still contend the emergency rule as written in the personnel rules, it applies to something totally different. And besides, this resolution, I think, supersedes it. It's based on the minimum wage only, and that's the purpose. I really don't see any reason for further delaying this. So that's just my 5 cents.
Okay. I would, Councillor, can I pivot off your question for a minute? Do you mind?
No.
Okay. I'm wondering if either the city attorney or the human resources director can identify how under what rule or under what approach we would be able to do what Councillor Vihel-Coppler just recommended. Is there a legal basis for doing that, or are we, because if it solves the problem, it solves the problem?
Mayor Weber, Vihel-Coppler, basically we're just trying to follow the rules that have been set out, and they have specific ways to amend them, and they allow the city manager to offer increases only for very specific purposes. One is the merit increase that you mentioned earlier, and that has to be pursuant to a formula adopted by the governing body. One is retention, and then I believe there's one other one, but there's only, they're explicitly listed, and the only one that we could see that applied in this case was emergency retention.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
If I still have the floor.
Yes, you do.
I don't agree that rule applies at all. And And I think we're doing a disservice if we don't include, the ideas that, as you mentioned, most of the counselors want to get this done. I can honestly say, I've been in this business a long time. I wrote these rules. This doesn't apply. And the resolution is a different animal. We are doing something based on a minimum wage. That's all. And there's no rule in these rules about a minimum wage. So I think we're good. And I'm sorry, Attorney McSherry. I think we can do this. And I've managed personnel rules everywhere. And I wrote these rules for the city. I wrote them for Los Alamos County. And I wrote them at Tax and Rev. So there's a lot of experience with the emergency retention rule. And I would say, I don't think we're violating it. And so that's just my 10 cents now.
All right.
My price is going up.
I see the city attorney shaking her head in interest of responding to this conversation. So I give you the floor, city attorney.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Viejo-Coppola, we absolutely could increase the minimum wage if that's what we were doing. But in this case, we're allowing the city manager to offer an increase, which is different. So you could adopt a new compensation plan with a new minimum payment via resolution. That just was not what the caption said, and that would be different than what this resolution is describing.
Well, that's news to me. I thought we were doing a minimum wage of $15 an hour. But, maybe we should amend the caption to say a resolution supporting offering at least a minimum wage of $15 per hour. Then that would take care of that too. So that's my 15 cents now.
City attorney, and then I think Councilor Garcia also has his hand up as well.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Viejo-Coppola, a minimum wage would be a required minimum floor, and we're not requiring employees to take the minimum. So for example, with our living wage or the federal minimum wage, it's required. You can't give an opportunity to be lower. So in this case, we're offering a minimum amount, but it isn't technically a minimum wage, which would be a required minimum wage.
Right, but that's not what this resolution says. It does say in the caption, offering at least a minimum wage, offering. And then in the be it resolved, the language that I did not change is the city manager shall offer increases. So I think we're good. It gives an employee an opportunity to reject. And that's what I think Bernadette, Director Salazar wanted to be sure we could do. Now that's my 20 cents. Thank you.
I think Councilor Garcia's hand is up next. I think we have several choices. I think we're in vigorous agreement about our ultimate goal. I think we're trying to find the process, as Councilor Lindell said, that will get us to that end result and do it in a way where we are abiding by our rules and our intent is a $15 offer with the flexibility for employees to judge for themselves what suits their own financial situation. And it's a very robust discussion about how to get to the same outcome. Councilor Garcia, I'm sorry, you have the floor.
Oh, no worries. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think with the spirited debate we're having tonight, I think there is the potential for us to having to amend this resolution to ensure that when we amend these rules, everything's in alignment. And I think it's probably best suited for us if we just get this nice and clean and a pretty package for the meeting on the 29th, knowing that it's not going to impact the implementation date whatsoever. I think we're all in agreement. This is going to happen. We just need to make sure we're not tangling ourselves and getting ourselves into a situation where implementing it in late November has to be pushed out later. Because I think we're all in agreement. We want this to take effect as soon as possible. The soonest it can take effect is the end of November. And I just don't want us to be in a situation where we pass this tonight, we find some other speed bump as we're trying to amend the rules and say, well, oh shucks, we now need to amend the resolution. I think it's just, we're kind of figuring out, oh, there's a bunch of challenges, and let's just put this, my recommendation is let's put it on hold. We're all in agreement. This is going to pass. We all support this. I mean, right now there's 8 of us and that are co-sponsors of this. And I think it's going to happen. We just need to make sure we're crossing our I's and dotting our T's and making sure we're not putting ourselves in any legal jeopardy. Because I think we're hearing conflicting info, with Councilwoman Vihil-Coppler saying, let's implement it now. We're hearing the city attorney saying, nope, we got to do this. Let's just do it right, in the sense, let's put a pretty package together at the end of the month, and it's not going to impact the end implementation date. Folks know this is going to happen. And the city workers know that from our discussion tonight, that this is going to happen. We just need to make it all perfect and kosher with how we implement it. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I go back to Councillor Cassett, who was the person who requested we take this off of consent. And you also raised the question about what's the best way forward. You were the first person to raise it. Councillor Garcia is suggesting we try to resolve these discussions about which rule we use. I think I believe we need a rule to use. We can't just do it out of thin air. We need to hang our legal hat on a rule, and how we do that is the way we move this forward. But Councillor Cassett, do you have a preference for this item that you pulled from consent? Would you favor a vote on this and then bringing something forward subsequently, or doing it as a tandem operation by the end of the month?
I mean, I do think that there is something clean in it coming in one fell swoop. My biggest concern is that this has to be expedited, and then just hearing from City Attorney McSherry or Director Salazar, if we do a replacement resolution, if there is, it's both this kind of, piece of just wanting to make sure that there's nothing that would prevent it from moving forward on the 27th. So do you have any concerns if we are to basically postpone this until the 27th and introduce a replacement to finance and then expedite it through? I guess we could hit it at quality of life as well if we wanted.
Mayor Weber, Councilor, in terms of the implementation, I would want maybe Bern or Mary to talk about that, like how long it would take to implement. But it sounds like, because they anticipated, I think if it passed tonight, they could get it implemented by the end of November. If we were to pass it at the end of October, I would want them to answer if they'd still be able to implement by the end of November. So I don't know the answer to that part of the question, but I think the cleanest legislative option might be just introducing 2 new resolutions entirely. One with either temporary or permanent rule change, and then the other with the implementation.
So you think cleanest legislatively would actually be to pass this one tonight and then Monday introduce the 2? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Mayor Weber, Councilor, I think as far as whether you pass this one tonight, I think it could go either way. I can propose a rule change that either covers the remaining employees or covers all employees, either way.
And then I would like to hear from Bernadette and Mary about the implementation and what impact that could have as well.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, thank you for that question. I think if we can have it approved by the end of October, we can meet the end of November deadline to make it happen. So I think that would allow us enough time to get all the paperwork done and do the processing for payroll to get it implemented.
I see Director McCoy shaking her head, so I assume that she agrees.
Mayor Weber, Councilor, yes, I concur with Director Salazar's analysis.
Okay. I do think that I like the idea of it all coming in one fell swoop as opposed to piecemeal, as long as it would not impact anything. I don't know if any of my other colleagues have thoughts on this. Again, I could really go both ways. The most important thing is that it happens, and it happens by the 27th. And that's at this juncture, all I care about. So however we choose to move forward with that, I think that there is a cleanliness factor of it all coming in together that works well for my brain. But at this point, I'm open to be swayed.
Well, I think there's again, I think the overarching, it's beyond a consensus. The overarching unanimous opinion is we want this to apply to everybody. We want it also to allow for flexibility for individual options, and we'd rather not have it staggered in its application as people come off of probation. So that said, I think let's find a way to put this aside and bring it forward as a complete package, moving it as expeditiously as possible, and recognizing the need to fit the bill as it's been described unanimously by the governing body tonight. Councilor Abeyta, your hand's up.
Thank you, Mayor. So do we need a motion to postpone?
Mayor, Councilor, you could either move to postpone to a date certain, or you could table, because I think what we would contemplate is introducing a whole new caption.
Well, if we postponed it, we would have the guarantee of at least having something in front of us on the 27th or at the next governing body meeting. And then we could always, at that, if things move expeditiously, have a replacement for it.
Mayor, Councilor, I think that's accurate. Yes.
Councilor Abeyta?
I would move to postpone this item until the governing body meeting of October 27th.
Second.
I hear a second from Councilor Lindell. Is there any other discussion about this motion? I think we've pretty much hashed out why we're doing it. If there's no further discussion, could the clerk call the roll on the postponement motion?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Behill Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion to postpone has been approved.
thank you. It's 8 o'clock. I'm wondering, we have some people perhaps in the waiting room who were thinking that we would do petitions from the floor at 7 o'clock. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to go into the evening session since it's short and sweet, and so we can complete that if we have people waiting for petitions from the floor.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we would change the order of business to go to the evening session and then come back to the remainder of the afternoon session. There's a motion and there's a second. Can the clerk call the roll on that motion?
Yes. Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Behill Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. So with that, Madam Clerk, can you take us to the evening agenda so that we can start there, and we'll do that and then come back to where we left off from the afternoon.
Yes, Mayor, 1 second. All right, so we'll move on to petitions from the floor. And if there's anybody in the waiting room that would like to speak to an item, it does look like we have somebody on the phone. Your number is, if you were calling in from a 908 number, you've been given permission to speak. If you could unmute.
And you have 2 minutes, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, this is Stephanie Beninato, and I have to say that I've been having trouble getting in, It keeps telling me it's an invalid number when I'm trying to use one of the code numbers there. So that's why I'm calling in. And partly that happened last night at the Historic Board, but there they had an amended agenda that was not posted on Prime Gov. And I'm bringing it to your attention because I feel like, maybe the meeting needs to be redone, because if the amended agenda wasn't up there, and the only way I got it finally is 2.5 hours into the meeting, it was sent to me as opposed to being publicly posted. The other thing I wanted to just point out, that this whole initiative to volunteer at the public schools, it's not volunteering if you're being paid. And I just really feel like this sort of double speak about that just should be really clarified. You're offering people the opportunity to go to school and do something there as opposed to their regular job, but they will be at their regular pay. And I wonder, given that we don't even have services at the level we had before, how we can afford to give away 10% of city employee time and our money. And then the other thing, tonight I heard at least one counselor talking about public input. And if, having a government or city center at Midtown or the College of Santa Fe is 34th on the list, and you're actually listening to your constituents, then it means it's 34th on the list, because really the only people I've heard who are pushing that are people who are in the government. It's not citizens. So if you're listening to citizens, look at the list. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there others in the attendee room who want to do take advantage of the petitions from the floor opportunity?
If anyone else is in the waiting room that wants to speak, please raise your hand. Not seeing anyone, Mayor.
Okay, in that case, would you move us to, there's an echo effect for some reason. Could you take us to the next item on the agenda then, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the next item on the agenda is appointments. So we have appointments for the Santa Fe Film and Digital Media Commission. We are asking for appointment of Rashad Ahmad, term ending in March of 2023. Robert Dennis with a term ending in March of 2023. Harvey Kahn with an appointment term ending in March of 2023. Austin Ross and James Wysong, both with terms ending in March of 2023.
Is there a motion for those appointments?
Move to approve.
Is there? I heard a motion to approve from Councillor Cassett and a second from Councillor Garcia. I see a hand up from Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank Janice Krish, who's in the waiting room, one of our staff, for just giving me additional information about this commission. When it first started, it changed its name. There were a few adjustments and we hadn't really heard from them in a while. So I just wanted to thank her for the information, the additional clarification on their process, and also their commitment, and also the commitment from the commission members to make sure that they improve the diversity of this commission. My concern was there was not enough gender and ethnic diversity, and I think that there'll be other changes and other new members coming forth later on with some other appointments that will come up later. So I just wanted to thank her for that.
Thank you. Other discussion of the motion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, quick clarification. Who was the second on this item?
That was Councillor Garcia.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, and I'm going to jump out of order because I actually had Councilwoman Vigil Koppler on one of the motions. So Councillor Vigil Koppler, I'm going to start with you.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councillor Beta.
I think he is temporarily tied up. You might come back to him in a minute.
Okay. Councillor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
And
Counselor Abeta is now available to vote,
Counselor Abetha.
although he is muted. Well, maybe he's not available to vote. He had a family emergency suddenly rise up in the middle of the meeting. Let's put him as, I think perhaps we could mark him as pass. Perhaps,
I think you mean abstain.
yeah. Or not available. I don't know what you
Not
did.
Excused, I think.
Excused,
That's what I
yes.
think it
That was
was.
the word.
Yeah.
Yes. Perfect. Appointments have been approved.
I apologize. I just got a text from him that something came up of a family matter. Do you want to then bring us back to where we were in the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Give me one moment. All right, so moving back, we're on item E, which was pulled off the consent calendar. This is request for approval of an agreement between the city of Santa Fe, Davenport Construction Management LLC to repair and reconstruct the bicentennial pool. The amount is $1,948,419.42, including New Mexico gross receipts tax. Sam Burnett, our facilities division director, is available for this item. I also want to note that there's an E1, which is request for approval of a budget adjustment request to allocate $2,337,957 from fiscal year 21 GRT in excess of budget to fund reconstruction and repairs of the bicentennial pool facility.
Thank you. So if we were to take these up, we would need to take both items up. I think Councilor Romero Worth was the individual who pulled this from consent. And so you have, I believe you did, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Sam, you have a presentation, I think, here that might actually be a good place to start.
Absolutely. If it's all right, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, councilors, I'll go ahead and start that now. 1 second while I get the screen set up for all of you. And I'm hoping everybody can see my screen. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I prepared this presentation for all of you after last night's Public Works meeting, really at the request of Councilor Garcia, who brought to my attention a resolution passed by the governing body directing the Public Works Department to report back to the governing body on the assessment undertaken on Bicentennial Pool, the issues that that assessment uncovered, and the options for bringing that facility back online. And so to honor that request of Councilor Garcia's, I've prepared this for you this evening. To get started, I'd like to give you a little background on the history of this project. It was in February of this year that the facilities department was became aware of a major leak at Bicentennial Pool. We originally believed it to be around 400,000 gallons per month. We eventually narrowed that down to about 130,000 gallons, still a substantial amount. Immediately, facility staff went out and made repairs at the Bicentennial facility. It was in the springtime. It was clear that the repairs we had made were not successful. The pool was still leaking considerable water, and the issue was brought before the governing body. And at that time, the governing body voted to close the facility for the summer. And so at that point, the facilities division embarked on further investigations and repairs at the facility. That process of assessing what was taking place and kind of developing scopes of work to address those issues lasted through September, just the end of September last month. We took our findings, and in an effort to be able to open the facility this coming season, we could quickly put together a contract for the repairs we believe that need to take place in order to open the facility again. So a quick summary of the investigation that took place at Bicentennial. There was a fairly substantial team that came together to inspect the facility. It was led by project managers out of the facilities division. We worked very closely with staff from the recreation division, borrowing their institutional knowledge related to the Bicentennial facility. We worked closely with public utilities on assessing how much water we were losing. We contracted with B&D Industries as our prime contractor for the investigation process. B&D in turn subcontracted with a fair number of other contractors to assist them in their process. Two important subs to B&D that should be noted are Westcon Construction, a very well-regarded pool construction company in our neck of the woods. They're actually the company that built the Fort Marcy pool and also the pool at the Genevieve Chavez Center, and Davenport Construction. Davenport Construction on the project that we're proposing has become the prime contractor, and Westcon would be one of their primary subs for the work we are proposing we take on. So the process that we went through in this investigation began with assessing how much water we were actually losing. As I noted, we started at assuming we were around 400,000 gallons. Working with public utilities and recreation staff, we were able to narrow that amount of water down to that 130,000 gallons per month. That's an important piece of information that allowed us to determine best places to look for leaks and repair them. We, of course, there were considerable visual, physical inspections of the pool, the pool's plumbing and mechanical systems, including the pool shell and the gutter system. We inspected the plumbing system with cameras. Due to the complexity of the plumbing, we were only able to visually inspect about 50 to 60% of the plumbing. However, we did uncover a number of leaks that way. Those were repaired. We did considerable pressure testing of the pool's plumbing system. We performed both dry and wet pressure tests on the pool. Both tests, both of these types of tests also uncovered other leaks in the system that we were able to repair. When we performed wet testing, we actually had water begin to percolate into the pool. The pool, of course, at this time was empty. We had water infiltrating into the pool from underneath and from the walls that also signaled to us there were issues, invisible issues related to the structure of the pool itself that were going to need to be addressed. We performed 7 excavations around the pool itself. These were 4-foot by 4-foot cuts into the concrete deck. We then dug down about 7 feet around the pool. This allowed us to visually inspect the plumbing. It allowed us to look at the soil for signs of any issues that may have been produced by the amount of water we were losing. It also allowed us to look at the exterior of the pool shell. And then finally, we took all the information we gathered in this process. We developed a list of issues that we knew we were going to need to address, and then we're able to begin developing scopes of work to be able to determine what options we had for moving forward. Some of the key findings that came out of this research or investigation, rather, as I've noted, we found extensive leaks throughout the pool's plumbing system, both in the supply and return of water, and also in the pool's jet system, which actually injects water into the pool. We also discovered a number of issues related to just the age of the plumbing issues. Essentially, the plumbing in one way or another is outdated. The pool is, of course, 44 years old. The shell and gutter of the pool, as I noted, we had seepage where water was actually entering into the pool from the outside, indicating structural issues. And then we also discovered very extensive degradation of the pool's gutter system, where we believe which is essentially one of the major leaking parts of the pool. We investigated repairing that, but that proved to be impossible. We have considerably outdated and poorly functioning mechanical components in the pool system itself, again, due to age. The pool deck or patio surrounding the pool is cracking and beginning to subside and will need to be addressed. As we were kind of uncovering all these issues, we realized pretty quickly that the contract we were working under was not properly sized to address these, and that we would need to create a new scope of work and come back to the governing body for approval for a larger contract. Because we knew we would be doing this, we also began looking at the facility or the pool building itself, and to ensure we were providing a comprehensive project that took care of everything. The pool building, we intend to provide some minor mechanical upgrades, HVAC, plumbing, electrical. Because the building and pool sat empty for so long, it became an attractive nuisance to certain members of our community. Many of the windows of the building were broken out, glass doors were smashed, solid core doors were vandalized, so we need to replace and repair those. We intend to provide some exterior painting and stucco work on the building, and then also provide some new pool equipment in conjunction with this project, replacing an old slide, lane ropes, features for children, and things of that nature. We've really determined that there are three options for us at the moment. The first option is for us to do nothing. We can let the pool, the facility sit as is. It costs us no money, essentially no money in terms of projects and no project time. It does, however, pose a liability. It is a liability for the city. It has become an attractive nuisance, and we would, of course, not recommend that. The second option that we explored and then ended up taking off the table was the repair of the pool as it exists today. The amount of work that needs to be done is just far too extensive, and the cost of doing that matches the cost of what is now option two, which is the demolition of the existing pool shell and immediate attending infrastructure, and then its reconstruction. The cost for this, which we've broken into three phases, is $2.3 million and will take us approximately 7 months to complete. The third option that we propose the governing body could consider is the creation of a new aquatic center. We estimate the cost of that would be, as you can see, $7.7 million to $15 million, and would probably take around 3.5 years for us to complete. Options 2 and 3 could be both embarked upon if that was the will of the city. But as we see it in the Facilities and Public Works Department, these are the three options before us. A quick breakdown so you have a better sense of what we're doing. Timeline for the pool repair: 2 to 4 weeks for the demolition of the existing pool, about 6 months to reconstruct it, and about 2 months for facility renovations, which would happen partially in line or at the same time as the tail end of the reconstruction. As I mentioned, we are breaking the project down into 3 pieces: demolition for $137,000, reconstruction at $1.9 million, and then the facility or building repairs at $252,000. That third option, to give you a sense of what that looks like, again, 42 months, about 3.5 years. We'd start with community engagement, 2 to 3 months for that process. That would allow us to engage the community to determine an ideal location and what sort of features or amenities they would like to include in a new pool facility. A request for proposals for design services, about 4.5 months is typical for us. Once the design firm was selected, the design process would take 12 months. At the completion of that, we would probably recommend going through a request for qualifications process where we could vet an ideal contractor to perform the work, and then an invitation to bid for those vetted contractors, 4.5 months, and then construction, 12 to 18 months. So cost breakdown depends very much on what the city would decide to do in this situation. 20,000 to the community engagement. Design fees are typically 7.5 to 10% for projects of this size. So $700 to $1.5 million. The investment in infrastructure, a lot, bringing utilities to the location, parking lot, et cetera, $500,000 to $1 million. The pool building itself, showers, restrooms, offices, and all those amenities, $3.5 to $6 million, depending on what we chose to do. And then finally, the pool itself, anywhere from $3 to $15 million. These are three, to wrap up, these are three projects that were recently completed by Westcon Construction. Kind of gives you a sense of the type of work they do, the diversity of the work they do, and the prices associated with that work. It's important to note that the prices listed here are pre kind of COVID construction markets. So we would expect an increase there. And then these prices are also only for the pools themselves and none of the attendant amenities, no parking, no infrastructure, no buildings or any of that, which is why there's a discrepancy between these prices and those that I just listed. Steve Kraft was here, the president of Westcon, to speak to you this evening and had a family issue come up and is no longer able to speak tonight. So with that, I'd like to open it up to all of you to ask any questions you may have. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sam, and very nice presentation. I think, Councilor, if you could unshare your screen unless somebody needs it in the future, we could see each other a little more clearly. I believe Councilor Merworth still has the floor since she was the person who asked that this be taken off of consent. But I see also Councilor Abeda's hand is up next. So Councilor Merworth, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And so just a clarifying question first, do we have to make two motions on this?
Yes, we would need,
Okay.
we would need a motion for the item that requests the approval of the agreement, and we'd need a motion for the bar.
To move the money in order to pay for it.
Yes.
Okay. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, what's being offered to us tonight is a decision point, right? Do we go forward and rebuild, or to Sam's slide, do we do nothing, or do we rebuild and, well, I guess there's a whole bunch of things. You could do nothing, you could rebuild and fix and start exploring a new center, or you could just decide, we could just decide rebuild this current one. But we're really not in a position yet to know all we need to know to do a new center, right? Like we don't really know where we put it. We don't know. I mean, what else don't we know?
So is that for Sam?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, I think so.
Mr. Burnett, I guess
Mayor.
Sam, can I just, if the council would let me, you had offered in your deck the notion we could potentially combine 2 and 3 in some way. And I guess what Councilor Romero, what I'm hearing Councilor Merworth say is how do you do that? If we wanted to rebuild the BC pool and explore a new center, that the new center exploration is not on the agenda, but operationally, how would that work?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, the first step would be for city staff, the Public Works Department, probably in conjunction with other entities inside of the city. Of course, asset management comes to mind, to identify locations throughout the city where we might have property where we could actually build a new pool facility. Once we located a facility and there was a consensus among city leadership that that was the right location to do so, the next step would be for us to engage in a community engagement process, to actually reach out to the community, provide them an opportunity to let us know what they would like to see, verify that the location or locations we've identified work for them, and what kind of amenities would be meaningful to them. Once we got through the community engagement process, we would be able to quickly from there, if the funding was available, be able to embark on design and kind of go through the rest of the process that I laid out. Essentially, what Councilor, no, please.
No, go ahead.
Essentially, what we don't know is where we would want to build it, what exactly it is we want to build, how much money we're going to need to spend. That's all based on initial estimates and all that. So we really, alls we would know is that we had a desire for a new pool facility and would need to embark on an entirely new process to develop that scope and obtain the community input we needed to clarify exactly what we were going to be doing.
Okay, and I see Director Wheeler's hand is up, possibly to add to this.
I think you're
You're
muted,
muted.
Director Wheeler.
Thank
Great.
you so much. Pardon me. I just wanted to add that one of the absolute first steps would be to include it in our capital plan, the new aquatic center, because we would be hiring firms to help us with this assessment of location, public engagement. So that would be a great step. We would add it to our capital plan, probably in a phased approach, because we don't know what the pool looks like Sam said. And so, a good couple $100,000 for studying the issue and public engagement process would be my recommendation.
Okay, so I guess that helps. So, I mean, really, Sam, your slide said we could move forward with rebuilding this pool and looking at whether we want to build a new one. But really what's in front of us tonight is this contract to rebuild the pool we have. And I guess to Director Wheeler's point, if we want to go down the road of evaluating a new pool, that's going to be really a separate conversation and separate procedural path, things we need to do.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, absolutely. That is correct. The decision before the council tonight, as I understand it, is in order to be able to open the bicentennial pool for this coming season, we would need to move forward with beginning that work now. And if it was the will of the city leadership to also investigate a new additional pool facility, we could certainly do that. I think my intention to provide the options that we believe the city has at the moment may be a little confusing, and that wasn't my intention, but it would be a totally separate project from the bicentennial project that would need to once again be initiated by city leadership on its own.
Okay, and so coming forward to us tonight in our legislative role as appropriators of money, you are asking us to approve this project, do a bar adjustment request, approve a bar adjustment request. And part of the expedited reason for bringing this in front of us now is, again, so that we can do the work and hopefully get it open by the summer. And I think there's some other things. that are probably at play, and maybe you can talk a little bit about the environment that you're working in order to get this done by the summer in this little time window. I mean, I think, we all know that everything is getting more expensive. There are definitely supply chain issues. There's probably problems with just getting the labor to do the work. And I don't know, maybe you can talk to us a little bit about that, and about why that if we really want to get this beloved pool ready for the summer, we needed to be ready to move now. And so you're asking, for us as the appropriators to approve the money that you need, the contract that you need to get this work done in this window.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, your question kind of holds the answer in it. We are definitely, as we've seen with many of the larger projects that have come to the governing body, experiencing a lot of volatility in the construction market, or the procurement of materials is complicated and tricky and can extend timelines. I think, and labor is also another big issue that we're really, we feel very strongly that working with Westcon Construction on the construction of the pool itself is in the best interest of the city based on their reputation and past experience working with them, and being able to enter into a contract with them before they enter into contracts with other entities is definitely in our best interest. So we're very much trying to move as quickly as possible for all those reasons, and simply because the timeline of just the construction project itself is really approximately 6 months, which is already pushing very close to the time of year that this pool should be open and operating. And so we're very nervous about ensuring, or working very hard, I should say, to ensure we complete the project on time and are able to open the pool this coming year for the community.
And then I guess, all that has to be done to look at building a new pool somewhere else is going to require more time and a lot more steps that would hold this project up if we were try to do them simultaneously. So it's not that if we approve this, we're precluding a new pool. It's just, in this time window to evaluate whether we have the capacity to do a new pool in this time window is not really feasible because of all that's required. And I think Director Wheeler gave us some indication, and you have as well.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, you're absolutely correct.
Okay, and let's see. And I think you've already kind of talked to us about the fact that just repairing this pool is really not an option. That was part of what your presentation concluded.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, we did investigate repairing the pool. Some of the more significant issues, including the gutter system. We reached out to at least half a dozen contractors, all of whom acknowledged that there were potential fixes, but all of whom declined to do the work because they said we do not believe anything we do to repair this will stand the test of time. As much as we'd love to help the city, we just can't put our good name on work like that because it's essentially wasted money and wasted effort. And so we ran into situations like that, and it quickly became apparent that the cost and just impracticality of making those repairs really took repair off the table and made it just a wholesale replacement of the pool shell.
Okay, so I mean, it seems that you have evaluated all of our options, and by bringing this contract forward to us, in this moment, realizing we are in an expedited timeframe, is for you to say, I think this is your best option in this moment. And here it is. If you agree with us, you approve the contract and the bar adjustment and the bar, what do you call it? Bar request, bar adjustment?
Budget adjustment resolution.
Okay. A bar, but I don't know how people usually say that, a bar, but I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
But
No, yeah.
for the public, a bar is a budget adjustment resolution. So by us approving this tonight, we're saying we agree with your assessment of our options in this moment in time. And in fact, we have put us in a position to actually be able to hopefully open the pool by next summer, pending unforeseen issues.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Okay, you're not in the mood to make a motion?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot I could. Yeah, I'd move to approve, Mayor. And I'd move to approve I guess it's item E, to approve the agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Davenport Construction Management to repair and reconstruct the bicentennial pool.
Okay, and then we do the bar later. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard a second from Counselor Lindell, and with the motion on the floor, we can discuss the motion as well as Sam's presentation. It gives us something to direct our discussion toward. Counselor Abeyta, you have your hand up, followed by Counselor Garcia and then Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually just, I wanted to say thank you to Mr. Burnett and Counselor Garcia. We didn't have this information last night at Public Works. Counselor Garcia had asked for it and actually asked Mr. Burnett last night, can you pull something together for us by tomorrow? And I think, Sam, you said you would try your best, and you did really good. I really appreciate both you and again, Counselor Garcia, because we've heard this in different meetings in different places, but between you and Counselor Garcia, you were able to pull it all together for us to look at this evening and help inform us as we make this decision. So thank you to both of you. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Counselor. And so Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Abeyta, for the compliments. I appreciate it. And Sam, do you highlight as your second job as a magician? I mean, because I appreciate you pulling this presentation together. I think, as I mentioned last night, this is the information we need to justify the expenditure. And so I really appreciate you pulling all this information together. The only thing I'll ask is that when the pool opens, that, allow me to do a ceremonial cannonball once the pool opens. I think, as we all heard this summer, folks are itching that this is one of their favorite places in the city to visit. And to learn that there is going to not only be repaired, but it's going to be a brand new pool for them to use. This is exciting. And I think I'm just thankful that we're able to provide this critical service back to our community. I'm open to learning and discussing a new aquatic center. I think that's something that we all kind of talked about as Bicentennial we're making the decision how to move forward, and could the city sustain something like that? I think it's great to hear that there's already kind of thoughts about it, but I think again, with price tag like that, we want to ensure that we get proper community input and how we move forward with that. But thank you, Sam. Thank you to everybody involved in this process. And I look forward to putting on some trunks and visiting Bicentennial next summer. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell, you have the floor and your turn to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to be close enough to be splashed when Counselor Garcia does the cannonball. Sam, terrific job. It was a wonderful report. It covered every possible thing. I mean, I've been working on this project a very long time. And I've had numerous trips to Bicentennial Pool, and I've seen you and Regina over there, and I think that you pulled together absolutely every piece of information, and you did it very, very quickly, and it was exactly what we needed. I'm excited at the prospect that we're going to get that pool opened at the end of May in 2022. It's a pool that has constant capacity use all the time. It's always at capacity. And it just would have been a terrible shame to go 2 summers back to back, not having the availability of an outside pool for everyone in the whole city. Very, very appreciative to you and to Regina. Liz Roybal worked very, very hard on this. I met her over there several different times. I'm thankful also to the governing body for their consideration on this. It's a really crown jewel for the city. It's a wonderful pool. Always at capacity, always kids splashing around having a great time. So thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I would, Sam, also applaud the presentation. I think it really did provide for everybody who watched, not only the governing body, but folks at home, a real comprehensive look at the challenges that we were faced with when we had to decide what to do with the pool, the nature of the leak, the nature of the problems, and the nature and the significance of trying to find a contractor who would do the work to repair it. I would say, I think, just as we were unanimously looking to extend the $15 minimum wage in the prior conversation, I think this is a project everybody can get behind. I also think we ought to put on the list, to Director Wheeler's point, a new aquatic center for the future. I think when we broke ground on the teen center on the south side, almost the entire governing body was there for that, and we all agreed it was a down payment on help and facilities for young people on the south side, families on the south side. And the next thing, one of the next things that would be advantageous would be an aquatic recreation opportunity that would augment the teen center and build more family opportunities there. So I think you're highlighting the next opportunity is very thoughtful of you. It tees something up for a conversation we need to have, and we ought to be having, about where we expand our swimming and recreational opportunities for families on the south side. They're not mutually exclusive, but let's take the step that's in front of us tonight so we can move forward on the Bicentennial Pool. We heard from people across the community just how important that facility is. The fact that we can fund it and move forward is a tremendous benefit to the community, and I think it's responsive to what we heard. So thanks for putting that all together. Other comments on the motion that is the first part of E? It's just to approve the agreement. If there's no further hands up, could the clerk call the roll on that motion?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vijo Coppler,
Thanks to Sam Burnett, and yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abita,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Now we need a motion for E1.
Move to approve.
Second.
We had a motion to approve from Counselor Cassett. Did I hear that correctly? And a second from Counselor Romero Worth. This is the request to approve the budget adjustment. Is there discussion? Counselor Lindell, your hand is up. No, your hand is not up. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll on that?
Yes, Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item on the agenda?
Yes, we are now moving into discussion items. Item A is consideration of a resolution authorizing officers to sign on behalf of the city so that the city may be eligible for and to receive federal transit authority funding. David Chapman, our grants administrator, is available for this item.
Okay.
Actually, I think Regina Wheeler might be available for this item.
Director Wheeler.
Director Wheeler.
Director Wheeler, do you want to introduce this item and then we'll entertain a motion? This is not a public hearing, I should point out. It's a discussion and action item.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Actually, so the Federal Transit Administration and actually City Attorney McSherry may actually be able to speak more cogently than I, has a number of roles and responsibilities, and we have to sign and approve things as we're reporting and accepting grants and submitting reports. And so David Chapman has been managing that now for about a year since the departure of Keith Wilson from the city. And so David is keeping us in order. I don't know if you want to add something more specific or clear to that, Aaron. Thank you.
Mayor Weber, Director Wheeler, basically I have to sign off that the persons signing these assurances on behalf of the city have the authority to do so. And it's ideally through a resolution, which has been the suggested method by the federal government. So this is our vehicle to allow me to be able to sign off that either Regina or David has the authority to sign.
Okay.
Move to approve.
There's
Second.
a motion to approve and a second. Is there discussion of the motion? Questions for either the city attorney or our public works director? If not, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item on the agenda, please?
Yes, item B is a resolution approving the city of Santa Fe's Title VI transit program is required by the Federal Transit Administration. And I'm not sure if, I think Director Wheeler is available for this item as well.
Move for approval.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and there's a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Item C, I believe.
Yes. Sorry, item C is a resolution extending the timeline for the community conversations on Santa Fe's cultures, histories, arts, reconciliation, and truth established in resolution 2021-6. Myself and I believe Rich Brown are going to be available for this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve from Counselor Romero Worth and a second from Counselor Cassett on this resolution. Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to kind of come back to a question I had in committee in regards to ensuring what product we're going to be getting at the end of this year or the end of the contract. And I know that it's been expressed by, I think, all of us that we have some type of resolution on our statues and monuments. And I just wanted to make sure that that is going to happen once the end of this contract is up. And I don't know if we were able to get clarification from the contractor on this question. She wasn't available during the committee meeting, and I had asked for us to seek clarification on my inquiry.
Madam Clerk, did you unmute so you could speak to that?
Yes, actually, no, I'm not sure I even had a chance to mute from when I read the caption, but Councilor Garcia, as mentioned previously, the Artful Life will be doing the first presentation on November 10th. I think it's their intent to provide an update, but as Ms. Kamiyama mentioned as well, there's going to be many items addressed through the conversations, and I think the recommendations that come forward from that will be inclusive of actions that are actions and items brought forward through these discussions. The survey is currently out. The team has been announced. And I think the intent of the contract and Artful Life is to address these this item along with additional items.
So I think if I'm understanding your response correctly, yes, that will be a product at the end of this contract. And maybe I think if it's best just to wait till we have the contractor in front of us in November, that's fine. But I think that needs to be a priority for our community to have closure and be able to begin that healing process. Because if we don't, that is a critical first step of healing for our community. And if we don't have that, all we're doing is we're letting a wound fester and become cancerous. And that's not what I want nor intended through this chart process. So with that, I think probably the question is best suited for the November 10th presentation.
Yes, and also to clarify, Artful Life did mention that they would make sure that they addressed that during their presentation. We did bring it to their attention that you had that question during quality of life as well. So.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, just because, as I mentioned, we put all of our trust and faith in them as the facilitators, and they're the ones guiding the process. And if they don't understand that that's part of the process they have to guide the community through, then we're missing a major component of the process. With that, no other comments or questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Romero Worth, and then Councilor Vihil Coppler.
Thank you, Mayor. So City Clerk Mihelsek, the way I remember this is that this process is got layers to it, right? And some of the first layers are to hear and collect the diversity of stories that makes up this community. And from that, start conversations so that we can better understand each other and appreciate the richness that our diversity brings, and also the complexity, and maybe being able to see from someone else's perspective things from different angles. And then kind of another layer is to talk about, how do we move forward as a community? What kinds of things do we need to do to be inclusive and to be honoring everybody's histories, all the complexity that makes us? And then I think ultimately there will be some recommendations that come forward. But as I recall, those recommendations are coming to us, and we will enable those recommendations to actually be carried out based on what we've heard from the community. So it's not as though they're going to, they're not going to say, all right, this is what we're doing. I think there's a step there where we have to take those recommendations and say, yes, this is what we're doing. Am I correct about that?
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, you are correct. It is absolutely a multi-layer process. There's a variety of ways that there will be engagement with the community, and you are correct. There will be recommendations based on community feedback and input that will be brought forward to the governing body.
Okay. And I think, we've been pretty clear through the resolution, through everything. I look forward to that presentation in November about, how things are going and, how they're moving forward and, the assurances that they're doing the things that we have always said should happen. And so I just wanted to clarify that it's not as though they're going to say, this is what we're doing. There's a step there. They're going to make recommendations. And then I think those recommendations come to the governing body, and the governing body is going to say, yes, we agree with you, or we agree with you, but we also want to see X, Y, or Z, or we don't want to see A, B, C. So we'll take those recommendations and work with them on ultimately what happens.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to ask if this November presentation, is that the quarterly report that's required in the resolution? And if so, isn't it going to be like a month late?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, it is the presentation required, the quarterly presentation, and the presentation date, was set off of the date that their contract was signed and executed, so that it aligns with the work that they've done so far. So yes, it is. And I believe I sent out the schedule of dates to the council a while back. If I have not, I can definitely re-forward that email to put it at the top of the list. But yes, it is the first report in the quarterly reports that are required through the resolution.
So I guess the effective date you're using is not the resolution approval date, but the date you signed, what, the contract?
The date that the contract was executed. There were amendments that were included in it when we approved the resolution. That's also this resolution. The intent of tonight's vote is to align the contract with the time frame.
Okay, because I thought it was July 14th that we approved the resolution. And I think that wasn't the contract attached to that, or was it later?
There were amendments in the contract that were based on the discussion and the approval from the governing body. So the contract execution date, it was delayed slightly from that.
Okay, so that November is the quarterly report.
Correct.
Okay, and then what's the reason, how did you choose August as the extension date? Where did that come from?
Again, that was to align the 12-month period that's noted in the resolution with the execution of the contract.
So, because the memo attached doesn't really say a whole lot. And so my interest in extending this, because I'm very concerned about how long this whole thing has taken. It's taken a very long time. And that's coupled with the series of events from the first day, which would be June of last year. And so now we're asking for another extension. And it's the first extension of this, but it is extension of the whole thing overall. In my mind, it's a long time. And regarding Councilor Garcia's question, I really, this looks like, hopefully it's not going to be interpreted that we go another summer without a decision on what's going to happen to the plaza. And I think that's really important. At least it's important to me. And so I don't have, I mean, usually when we have contract extensions, there's a lot of, discussion in memos, or even at the level that they're being approved or considered even at committee. There's a lot of reasons and substantiation that says this is why we need an extension, but this doesn't really give anything. And that I'm finding that extending it just because we're tacking it onto a contract signing date, I don't know that that's really a reason for extension, which who am I to know? But I don't have anything in front of me, not even a memo from the contractor saying this is what this is why we need an extension. And that's what I was hoping to find when I looked in the documents, but I don't find anything. And I think we need to get this off the ground. But I'm finding the documentation very weak. So I was hoping we would get a quarterly report based on when the city council passed the resolution. And in my mind, that would be mid-October. But so now we're going to go another month, and we're going to approve an extension when we haven't even had a report from the contractor explaining, number one, what's been accomplished, and number two, why is the extension necessary? So that's what I was hoping to find in documentation. So those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the question that Councilor Garcia raised. I think and also the remarks from Councilor Romero Worth, because I think the promise of the process, the project as it was delineated, was really to allow a large opening of our community for a dialogue about many things. Now, as I've pointed out, the chart process not only covers what happens with the plaza, it covers the fact that we had a Japanese American internment camp in Santa Fe. That's part of our history. It covers the fact that we have neighborhoods built in the 1950s that had covenants in the land that precluded certain people of color from living in those neighborhoods or even being in those neighborhoods after sundown. And so the breadth and depth of the chart project seems to me to really encompass the histories of our community, not only with regard to what happens with statues and monuments, as important as those are, but also with the different and significantly important stories that Councilor Romero Worth referenced that people carry with them about their family histories here in Santa Fe, going back deep into the past or very recent, all of them being legitimate. So I would entertain a process where people come forward not only with suggestions about the plaza and monuments and statues, but also about things we haven't even considered yet. New fiestas, new museums, new ongoing dialogue. Maybe this is a kind of a project that needs to be extended, not shortened, but extended even further into the future as an ongoing part of our community's effort to blaze a trail that no other city in America has dared to do yet. The effectiveness of this extension is simply to allow the contractor to do the work we asked them to do and to begin or to go beyond what they've already started, which we now have a questionnaire that's already been posted. We've begun to have facilitators come on board. The work is underway. We just need to give the contractor the length of time they need to execute the work we've asked them to do. Councilor Garcia, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with the sentiments you said, but I also must say that that process, that type of process is a process that takes years. We can't get through, unpacking and unraveling such a complicated past and history in a year.
Right.
And we must get back to what the resolution outlined, which was, having these discussions and then ultimately bringing forward recommendations to the governing body. As Councilor Romero Worth noted, it's in the resolution. And we contracted with the entity to accomplish that. And I don't want us to say, well, I'd hate for us to be in a year to say, well, this is such a complicated process. We need another 3 years to make these recommendations. Absolutely, I agree there's a process, but we have to have recommendations within the year's end. That is a priority that this contractor must understand. I mean, it's written in the resolution. It's, round 3 will focus on generating solutions, recommendations, and responses. And that is a requirement of the contract. And I want to, on the 11th, make sure that we reinforce to the contractor that that goal must be met. And sure, we can continue the process, but we are going to do a disservice to the community if there are not some type of recommendations put before the governing body when this 1-year contract ends. It's part of the requirement. It's critical because if that doesn't happen, as I mentioned, we've got gaping wounds in our community. And if we don't begin to heal those wounds, they're going to become infectious, cancerous, and it's just going to continue to divide and tear our city apart, which none of us want. And so I think it's incumbent of us when we meet with the contractor on the 11th or next month, that they understand that this is a big process, but there are critical components that must be met by year's end. With that, no other comments. I just want to make sure I hash that out and make sure that we're all on that same page.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think we are, again, it's like the conversation about the $15 minimum wage. We're in vigorous agreement that it's a both and. We need the dialogues, the conversations, the stories to begin. It will conclude under this contract. My own aspiration for our city is that we are a unique place with a special history and a special set of opportunities and cultural capabilities that allow us not only to meet the immediate requirement to heal and reconcile. I also have the aspiration that we go beyond that to an ongoing community dialogue about our future. And it, as I said, it may well include a new museum of Northern New Mexico history. It may include an ongoing oral history project. We can't begin to imagine many of the possibilities that are still out there, none of which are in any way at odds with what you've pointed out, which is the immediate need to engage with the pain that people are feeling and the historical traumas that people are seeking to recover from. I think we're very much in agreement. Other comments? If not, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes. Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vijo Koppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you take us to the next item?
Yes, the next item is item D. It's request for approval of agreement number 3203030 with Bradbury Stamp Construction for $19,741 plus $1,665,646.88. New Mexico NMGRT for a total of $21,406,640. 406. Excuse me, my computer screen is not helping me. $21,406,646 $1,088 for construction of the airport terminal building and parking lot expansion. And Regina, I'm not sure if Mark Baca is also in attendance, but Director Wheeler is here for this. Oh, there's Mark Baca.
And there's also D1 below that. Right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, approval of a bar for $12,382,747 for the construction of the airport terminal and parking lot expansion. And I do apologize, my computer screen keeps going out. So
Okay.
I guess I'm having technical issues like everybody else with their computers tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. In order to start discussion, I'll make an approval for item D and D1.
Second.
There's a motion. Are we, a point of clarification, can we do two motions in one at this time? Is that permitted as a matter of?
Well, I think on the last one, we took them individually.
Yeah, we did.
I don't see the city attorney, so we probably should just do the first one and then do the bar second.
Councilor Rivera, you want to make a motion on just the first portion and then we'll do the second one second?
Yeah, so I'll withdraw my initial motion and make a motion for approval of item D so that we can discuss.
And is there a second?
Second.
I see a second from Councilor Romero Worth. Councilor Rivera, do you want to keep the floor? Do you want some presentation material from either Public Works or from our airport manager, Mr. Baca? Or do you want to speak to this because you have been our airport advisory chair?
Yeah, so just to let everyone know that the airport advisory has been following this. They're in approval of the project itself. And then now I'll just turn it over to staff to really answer some of the questions that were asked at last night's Public Works, and probably Ms. Wheeler, Ms. McCoy, and Mr. Baca to discuss the timelines, the amounts, and again, this ties into our ICIP list and probably what we may expect from the legislature moving forward if those things can be addressed, which again were addressed last night at Public Works, but if we can address those.
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Baca, or I see John is here as well, joining us as the consultant, or Regina, how would you like to kick this off? Mark?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, thank you for having us this evening. Just want to provide, or if it pleases the governing body, that we can provide a quick overview of what we're actually buying with this 21 million. Mr. Pate, our partner with Molson Corbin, is in attendance along with Kent Fryer. I can provide, if like I say, if you'd like, just a quick overview of what we're doing with these improvements, and then we can move forward with questions after that. So I can share my screen here and have Mr. Pate kind of walk us through what we're doing here.
Thank you.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So John, if you would kind of walk us through, and I'll page down as necessary.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thanks for having us here this evening. That first slide is just one of the original sketch of the building from back in 1956 when the original building was built. We've struggled through the years to keep that building in as good a shape as original as possible. And I think we've done a pretty good job about that. It looks pretty much the same as it does today, except for all the activity that happens around it on a day-to-day basis. Next slide, Mark. As you can see, it hasn't changed much. We've had to augment airport operations with portable buildings that are stacked around it. And that is Aviation Drive as you enter the airport parking lot. Next slide. It's the front of the building as it sits today, with its portico, which is going to remain. Next slide. As you can see, there's been some augmentation in the last few years, sort of polishing this building and keeping it operational over the years. All that electrical and telecommunication equipment, as well as that big green thing is the generator. All of that is absolutely mandatory to keep the airport operational, but there's really was no place to put it. We're going to clean all that up at this point in time. That is showing the south side of the airport, which is currently car rental. And potentially that would be the next phase of additions to this airport, should that ever happen. But we will be moving one of the portables and temporarily be using it for baggage claim for people. Now, when people return to Santa Fe Airport, they don't go through the gate area. They go through a baggage claim area. That's not going to change until there's another expansion to the airport. Next slide. That is the apron or the air side of the airport. And that, as you can see, there on the right is the baggage claim. If you return to Santa Fe, you go into that door and that archway there. And they're very constrained. It's basically a singular gate. We've sort of ad-libbed a second gate so that we could load 2 planes at once, but there's really not enough room in the lobby to address that. Next slide. That is the lobby area, the ticketing counter as it looks today. And it will be expanded to give us the opportunity to have a third airline there, as well as clean up how baggage is received by TSA, checked and loaded onto the plane. It's a very cumbersome process now. A lot of carrying bags around, not many conveyors. It's kind of an OSHA's nightmare. We're going to fix that up. Currently, there's a small food concessionaire there at the airport and a lone diner. That is the TSA checkpoint area. It's very constrained. However, it does work as long as the lines don't get too long and back up all the way out to the ticket counters, which it does. The TSA area will not be getting much in the way of modifications because eventually we're going to have to completely move it and redo it. But for the purposes of this project, it's going to stay pretty much the same. That is the gate area now, gate 1 and 2. As you can see, it's pretty small. Back in the day when regional jets had 35 to 50 people on them, you could have a jet and possibly 2. You could crowd people in there, but the regional jets that land and take off from Santa Fe Airport nowadays carry 75 plus people. And if you've got 2 planes waiting to be loaded or unloaded, you can see that getting 150 people in that space is going to be very, very tight. That's sort of the progression is what it looked like in 2003. Sort of had plywood ticket counters painted turquoise. We did that renovation in 2004. Mark was there at the time, and it worked quite well. But with the crowds we have nowadays and the technology we have nowadays, you can see the difference between 2004 and 2020. That is the site as we see it today. And Mark, if you'd point to the terminal and the tower is the piece in the middle there. The paved area right in front is the current parking lot. It's quite small. What this doesn't show, to the north of the building, there's now 2 portables to address things. That is where the addition is going to go. And also to the north of that is the FBO Jet Center, which has made considerable improvements that needed to be addressed dynamically as the design was moving forward. And then to the south of that is the other FBO. And then we could probably go on to the next slide. This is the proposed site with the additional parking. You can see there's considerably more parking. at this point in time. And it is paved and it is managed so that you have to pay to get in and out of the parking lots. There's a short-term lot, which Mark's pointing at, and then there's a series of long-term lots. The long-term lot, the first long-term lot also handles a solar array that will be providing solar power to the airport. It also includes charging stations for electric vehicles in both the short-term and the first long-term lot there. Another thing that this picture kind of shows that's important to point out is because of the dynamics of this design as it moved along, the roadway into the airport now had to accommodate a connection from Veterans Highway. So Jaguar Drive extension, although it probably wouldn't be called Jaguar Drive, is where Mark is pointing out now. It also required realignment of Aviation Drive right up in there so that we could address that. Now, immediately in front of the airport terminal building now, instead of just one two-way lane, it's going to be one-way traffic. And there are 3 lanes with a drop-off and a bypass lane and a public transportation lane, as well as access to the paid parking. And I think we could move on from there. This is how the airport looks today. And Mark, if you could point out gate 1 and 2 area there, that's the entirety of the gate area. And then there's it's gate 1 and then gate 2 is over there. So you can see it's quite cramped, and all the services that are really in there, once you get into the secure area of the airport, are those 2 toilets. And then that's the TSA checkpoint area to the left of that. And the snack bar is out basically in the lobby. Behind the ticketing counter there, you can see the offices for the airlines, as well as the TSA checkpoint for ongoing baggage that all has to be checked before it gets on a plane. And then the baggage claim. And to the east of that is the rental car areas today. And I think that's the pertinent parts of showing you that. We go on to the next slide. This is the planned expansion. You can see on the right of the drawing, the large brown area is the new gate area, which is more than twice the size of the existing gate area and will accommodate considerably more people. You get the blue area in front of that is the existing gate area, including the outdoor patio. So that all would be combined into a secure space. And the sort of light green area is the TSA checkpoint. The area to the left of that is the offices for the airlines. And to the left of that is the TSA check area. And then to the left of that is the relocated portable building that we are remodeling into baggage claim. Okay. And we could probably quickly go through those. That is the north elevation of the building, which is up against the FBO Jet Center. That is the new front elevation. And you can see the main portico where you entered the building before. Still has doors in the existing location and another set of doors that were somewhat planned into the original design. It was closed off and turned into a cubbyhole for a transit, ground transportation, but it will be once again a set of doors. To the right end of that, you can see the entrance there. That will be the entrance to the administration portion of the building, which is planned. Once another addition, new gates are added, this area here will become baggage claim and people's way of exiting the airport and getting into ground transportation of some sort or another. That is the south side. I don't think there's much to say about that. That's the airline side. And Mark, if you could point out gates 1, 2, and 3 now. That would be 3, 2, and 1 right there. And then the airline and TSA access to the secure area is the area under that portico there. Nowadays, like I said before, when you leave, you leave through a gate, get on an airplane and leave Santa Fe. When you come back, you get off of an airplane and you go into that area where the baggage claim is. In the new configuration, once completed, people will be able to get on their plane and get off of their plane through the same gates that you could get back through the same gate that you left on, in other words, and then you would travel through the lobby, at least for the time being, to the portable south of the building for baggage claim. The next, this is a couple of renderings. This is looking west at the new terminal there and the short-term parking lot. That is the east side of the terminal, new terminal building. With, yes, Mark's pointing out the baggage claim and then the addition on the north. And you can see a large wall on the north. That wall is there now. We're going to increase its height and expand it a little bit. It'll hide a lot of that electrical infrastructure that was the first thing you saw when you approached the airport building prior to its renovation. Once again, there are the multiple lanes of traffic, the drop off, the drive by, the public transportation, and a drive around. That's the entrance to the administrative portion of the airport, which will in fact become baggage claim in the future. On the backside, that shows gates 3, 2, and 1 in order there. And the outside patio. This is inside of the new gate area. The structure of the building is mass timber. We chose to go with a wooden structure for its sustainability, as well as it fit within the character of the building. Once again, that's the gate area. And then I'll turn it back over to Mark and Regina and stand for questions.
Thank you. Regina or Mark, were there, yeah, Regina, your hand is up. You wanted to add to this?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor. And thank you so much, John, for that presentation and all your work on this design. I did want to share with the governing body that a economic impact analysis was done about the Santa Fe Regional Airport recently, and I wanted to share highlights of that. This is the cover of the report. It was facilitated by our partners in the Northern New Mexico Air Alliance, or Fly Santa Fe, and it was completed in 2019. And I just wanted to share some highlights. It ends up that the airport is a pretty spectacular economic engine for the city and our region. And I think it's important to keep it in mind as we look at investing this kind of money. And so, you know, it's an economic engine which makes cash flow throughout the economy. This study suggested that there's $149 million of direct spending related to the airport operations, private businesses, visitors, and then of course our airport improvements, and that's in 1 year. They also estimate the 5-year GRT impact of airport related spending and secondary impacts are projected to be $103 million. So, and then if you break that down, it's 20 million to the city. So just wanted to not point out, not only do we have the physical constraints and needs of providing the services that are already existing at the airport, but we also have the economic engine. And I think, I think that's part of why the legislature was so committed to this project as well, because they really see it as an important feature for this entire region. Certainly Los Alamos uses it, small businesses use it, film uses it. And so it's a really important thing to remember what this provides, besides just a really cute little airport. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Regina. Mark, any concluding thoughts before we open the floor to council members and governing body for questions for you or John or Regina?
No, I'd just like to point out that, over the years, we've been struggling to keep up with the growth. So we've been very fortunate that everybody loves our city and flies into it. And it's just been a real struggle. We've, as John pointed out, since 2004, we've been attempting to improve this terminal, make it better and a better customer experience. But also we've fallen behind just because of the growth that we've experienced. We're one of the top 5 growth as far as employments go for a regional airport, which is pretty astounding, considering the footprint we have. So I just wanted to point that out, that, we have been working over the years to improve it, and now we have another opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Mark. Councilor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of clarifying questions for John. John, I can't see what your last name is, and I don't really feel comfortable calling you John. What's your last name?
Well, I'm perfectly willing for you to call me John, but my last name is Pate, P-A-T-E.
All right, Mr. Pate, I had just a couple of little questions for you. And thank you for putting the drawings up tonight. It was really, really helpful to see. So we have to have a portable building for baggage claim. we can't have a addition.
We can, and hopefully one day we will. What we did when we did our early schematic designs on this, when we did analysis of emplanements and deplanements and benchmark it against other cities, which is the way you decide how big an air terminal should be, we're not there yet. We need another 30,000 square feet. And we're not going to have 30,000 square feet total when we finish this renovation, but we knew we couldn't afford it. So we came up with a phased way of handling this. And what we're doing now is easing the pressure on the gate area so that we've got the capacity to hold more security cleared passengers and get them on airplanes for the time being, and designed it so that that would be baggage claim in the future, when to the south side of the existing building, we would build new gates, brand new gates, to address a rapidly changing airline industry, by the way. So that's where we have it.
Okay, so the other thing that I saw that I wanted to ask you about was, you said that our current TSA, unless there's too many people, which you said then it goes down the hallway to the counter area.
That's
but
correct.
that area isn't getting changed any, correct?
It is not getting changed. There is no place to put it without spending money that we would just be tearing apart in the future. So we kept it the same. Now that TSA moves reasonably quickly. It's probably frustrating to a lot of people, but if you've ever been at Albuquerque International or Denver, you know how long you can stand in a line before you can get through security. So it's not really, the time isn't really any different than that. The problem is we have very limited space and we do not have the money to, I would have loved to have done the whole thing at once, but we had to phase it. We knew we wouldn't be able to afford the whole thing at once.
So do we have, in the phasing, do we have do we have the design and the plans for the phasing of this?
We have schematic designs for it. But when the budget was established, to try to make the actual project and the budget converge, we knew we weren't going to be able to do it. So construction documents are not prepared for that. Construction documents don't age well on the shelf. So we did the construction documents of what we thought we could build. But we did do the schematic designs showing the expansion of the area. It's a multi-story expansion to the south of the existing. And I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared to show that to you tonight, although we have gone over those plans with the airport advisory group and everybody associated with the airport specifically for that addition. And it's 20 some odd thousand square foot addition in 2 stories. It moves the administration portion and TSA and the airline offices to the 2nd floor of the addition. It provides a new gate area for new gates, probably 4. And in addition to that, that is where the new TSA security checking takes place. And it has a queue area for the security area that takes the pressure off that area of the airport. Once that happens, and you transfer the departing passengers through security and they get on their planes, the addition that we're building now becomes airline support area, first of all, as well as baggage claim, and a decent baggage claim, because baggage claim is very constrained right now. It's entirely possible you could wait longer for your baggage, even though it's right next to you, than you waited to get through security to get on the airplane.
What's the additional square footage that we're constructing
Today, in this project?
Yeah.
Yes, it's about approximately 8,800 square feet, 8,800. We're also renovating a 3,000 square foot portable building so that it's an appropriate and comfortable and safe baggage claim area. We are also forced to do improvements to the tower area with the control tower because it too needs to have sprinklers, and we're replacing the heating system in the building, and we can't do that without replacing the heating system up there as well. So we are doing work in the tower area as well. All in all, I think we're for this project, we're renovating in the neighborhood of 27,000 square feet.
Okay. It would seem to me that a pretty sizable amount of the money that this project is costing is happening outside of the terminal.
That's correct. Of the negotiated price of this building, $8,900,000 of it is to renovate the building, and $10,800,000 of it is for all the site work associated with it and utility work.
And the parking lots and the realignments?
That's all included in that $10,800,000.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Of course.
Thank you, Councilor Lindell. Other questions for this project? Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just got a couple quick questions. So we, as we all know, we went through an extensive debate and discussion on our minimum wage that we're wanting to pay. And I'm looking, it looks Article 16, 16.1. It's page 187, but in my packet, it's page 58. And it's talking about that there will be subject to the Santa Fe's minimum wage ordinance. Well, as you know, we're not amending the wage ordinance. We are doing something different. But I would like for these individuals that are part of this project to be incorporated into these wage increases that we're talking about earlier today. So how can we go about ensuring that folks are going to be paid a minimum of $15 and not what our current minimum wage ordinance states? And so
Is that
Director
a question to
Wheeler's
me?
hand- I think Director Wheeler's hand is up on that one.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councilor Garcia. Actually, and Mr. Pate can clarify this further. Public works projects of this size are actually governed by the New Mexico Department of Labor. They provide actually a wage rate decision that directs the pay for all the people that will be working on site. And I've never seen a wage that was that low, but it's not really up to us. It's actually directed by the state of New Mexico.
Okay, but still it's in here, it mentions it's going to refer to our minimum wage ordinance. And I'd be a lot more comfortable if, and I guess it would have to be amended to include whatever resolution the governing body ultimately passes. That way it references that as well, because as I mentioned, you said there's never you haven't seen a wage that low, but I'd want to, make sure that we're ensuring that somebody that is employed through this project, they're not pointing at our minimum wage ordinance and say, well, your wage ordinance says this, when we all know we're not necessarily going to be following that within a month's time or so.
Director Wheeler, do you want to address that? I don't know if also our city attorney is on the call.
Thank you. I think there's not too, so what's happened is a wage rate decision is issued, and then the contractor bids on the project based on the wage rate decision. We can't change the basis of the contract bid at this point, which that would do. So if we're going to make fundamental changes to the basis that we've asked the contractor to bid on, we'd have to allow them to rebid their price.
Okay. I'd hate for us to go through that process, but I'd also hate for folks to, again, point at our wage ordinance, which is well below the $15 per hour, and say that's the justification for the determination made for the wage that is set by the state. So if possible, Ms. Wheeler or Mr. Pate, if you can follow up with, at minimum, need to let me know whatever that decision is made, because I think we want to ensure that we're talking the talk. If we're going to pay our city employees, I think if it's included in here, we should also pay the folks that are working to build this airport what we're paying our city employees at minimum as well. My next question is, and I guess I don't know if this is for Ms. Wheeler or Mr. Pate. When we went to the legislature to advocate for resources to be appropriated to this project, we went to them with a concept and design of the airport. Did we not?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Garcia. Yes, we did. And I was just about to look into my, sorry.
Okay, no, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead. I was going to just pull up the legislative booklet. I believe that we have delivered on everything that we told the legislature we were going to do. And I was just going to pull up the legislative booklet from last year to check that or to show you.
Awesome, because I guess that was my next question, is to ensure that we were following through on all the amenities that we said we were going to include in this project, which I thought was a restaurant, and I don't think a snack bar is considered a restaurant. Did we say it was a restaurant or a snack bar?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, what it was is just to be able to serve food in the waiting area. So with the current space restraints that we have, it was going to be we'd be able to serve hot meals in there. It's just a smaller kitchen than what we have. So it'll just allow us to feed them on the secure side opening up our hallway, our current terminal, where the ticket agents are. By us flowing them through into the secure area and being able to hold more there, we'd be able to actually accommodate food and beverages on the secure side, eliminating the cluster inside the terminal.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mr. Baca, for that. I appreciate that.
Councilor Garcia and Mr. Mayor, if I could, I do actually have the presentation that we gave to the legislature last year, and it's hysterical. It actually says baggage claim in a portable building. So I think we're just about right on target, but let me show this to you. This is from the legislative presentation from last year. Parking lot and circulation road. And John, you can tell us better if we've kept true to this communication that we gave. Additional departure and arrival gate, enlarged secure area, baggage claim and renovated building, portable building, existing term, reconfigure the counters. I think Mr. Pate just walked us through that. Office and baggage screening, terminal expansion. And then this is the next phase of the expansion that isn't included yet, that Molson has actually master planned for us.
I can verify that we hit every one of those nails with a hammer and exceeded because demand came up and just the geography of the site. When we added the future connection to Jaguar Drive, we have 657 parking spaces, not 525. But we do have all of that bicycle lane, pedestrian facilities. Yeah, we have all of that.
Okay, great. I think that was all the questions I had. Thank you, Mr. Pate, Ms. Wheeler, and Mr. Baca for all the answers that you provided. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other discussion? Councillor Lindell, your hand is still up. Is that an old hand or a new hand? I'm taking it as an old. Okay. If there's no other discussion, can the clerk call the roll on the motion, and then we'll go from there.
Yes. Councillor Vito Coppler. Councillor Vito Coppler.
Maybe come back.
All right. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councillor Baca.
Yes.
Councillor Cassett.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Rivera.
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth.
Yes.
And I'm gonna give her one more shot. Councillor Vito Coppler. All right. Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
very
Move to
good.
approve the bar.
There's a motion to approve the bar. Was
Second.
who was the second? I missed it. It was Councillor Lindell seconded that one. So we have a motion to approve the bar and a second on that motion. Is there discussion? Could the clerk call the roll on that motion then?
Yes. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councillor Baca.
Yes.
Councillor Cassett.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Rivera.
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councillor Vito Coppler. Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baca and Mr. Pate and Director Wheeler.
Thank you, guys.
Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item?
Yes. The next item on the agenda is matters from the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. I have no items at this time.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Councillor Romero Worth.
can we consider moving the agenda around to do matters from the governing body and then
Yes,
go to executive session and then come back.
I would entertain such a motion.
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
second? I heard a second
Second.
from Counselor Cassett. So the idea is proposed is to move to the communications from the governing body before we come back and go into an executive session. Is there discussion? Clerk, could you call the roll on the motion, please?
Sure. Counselor Betha,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Sorry. Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Great, thank you. So that will take us directly to communications from the governing body, which includes introductions. And I'll just go around the Hollywood squares and call on people as they're on the screen. Counselor Lindell, you are in my upper left-hand corner.
That's good. That's a good place to be. I just want to say how happy I am with the, we got 3 big pieces of work done tonight. I'm really, really happy that we could do that. So thanks for everybody that did the pushing and shoving on that. It really makes a big difference to this community. I'm really grateful for it. The discussions were good. We were all headed in the same direction, and that too felt good. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm introducing a resolution directing the city manager identify and apply for federal and state funding sources for water, wastewater, and other water-related projects. And that's it.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the health, safety, and compliance staff. They actually have been holding CPR, AED, first aid trainings for city staff, which includes us. And I've always wanted to learn CPR. I think it's important to have that skill in case of an emergency. Plus, we have the AED systems across the city in our facilities, the defibrillators, and I think most of us probably don't know how to use them. So I would encourage all of our city staff and also the governing body to take a CPR, AED first aid training. It was very practical. It was eye-opening. And it was a small enough group that we could share stories about instances and situations and kind of problem solve together. So I just wanted to thank the staff for that full day training. And I'm thankful that we actually have and grateful that we have those kind of trainings for our staff. And they're free. So I would love for you all to take that if you get a chance. I think it's really important. And just to make sure that our AEDs are up in compliance, which I believe they are. I just think that there's probably more that we need in our facilities to make sure that we're covered in case of an emergency, because those AEDs actually increase a person's life chance or increases the chance of saving a life by 80%. And CPR actually increases the chance of a person living by 40%. So just wanted to share that with you and also to thank the staff for allowing me to participate. That's all.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take the opportunity to thank BPAC and in particular our council liaison, staff liaison, Romelo Glorioso Mas. This past weekend was the Century Bike Ride, and she really spearheaded getting BPAC involved in that and supporting that, and as well. So thank you to all the staff that helped with the bike lane there on Paseo del Peralta for the event. It was a great opportunity for folks to get out on 2 wheels and get exercise and participate in the Century Bike Ride.
I do have a request, I guess, for the city manager for our next meeting, which is to be provided an update on the recent audit, the fiscal year 20 audit. I had thought that it would be on this meeting, given that it was at finance last week, the audit committee last week, and I would have thought it would have been on our agenda this week. So I'm requesting that it's on our agenda for the end of this month. With that, hopefully everybody's warm with this recent breeze. Bring in your plants, bring in your pets, and hopefully everybody has a great warm weekend. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I apologize. I missed the last vote. I had a family thing come up. So, but I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And piggybacking off of Councillor Garcia's comment about cold, winterize your swamp coolers if you have one. I had to scramble to get that done yesterday. So want to send that reminder out to everybody else. Apparently it's not a good idea to leave them to get frozen. New lessons I've learned. I just wanted to thank, as I've been driving around town, I've seen Proscapes out there, helping with the contracting with clearing up of the weeds. I've been seeing a lot of work being done on the streets with repaving. One of my constituents who's been calling about one of the streets in Las Acequias, it finally just got paved and she was very excited about that. So I really want to give a shout out to all of our teams who are, it's all public work. So to Regina and to the streets team, to the parks teams, and to our contractors who are working really hard. We have a lot of work going on around the city, which I know can be challenging when there's traffic and things to get around, but we also really appreciate that work. So I've been noticing it every time I've been out, and Oliver has been commenting on all of the machines and somehow he knows what they're all called. I have no idea, but my child can name them perfectly. So thanks also for giving him that entertainment in the car, guys. I really appreciate it. So that's all for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Abeyta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I was able to participate last week in the Safe Routes to School walk. We walked from the Southside Library to Cesar Chavez, then to Capitol High and Nino Otero. I want to say thank you to Tim Rogers and the Santa Fe Conservation Trust for organizing that, the staff and students from Capitol High and Nino Otero. Thank you to Maria Sanchez Tucker and the Southside Library staff. They provided us with drinks and snacks that morning. And thank you to the police officers who joined us and escorted all of us and got us to the school safe. So I really appreciate that effort. It was something that we need to do more often with the kids in all of our districts. And other than that, if you could add me as a co-sponsor to the water and wastewater legislation that Councilor Rivera introduced this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Romero-Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Rivera and our city clerk, I'd also like to be added to that resolution. And I think that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Couple of quick things. First, I really want to salute this last weekend. Everybody was fully present. Councillor Garcia is right about the Santa Fe Century, 1,500 people on bikes, some riding 100 miles, some riding 50 miles, some riding 25 miles. Thanks to David Barker for providing the prize money. And it was a tremendous sight to see 1,500 people on bikes riding around Santa Fe. The Indigenous Peoples Weekend was glorious. I had the opportunity to go to a play Friday night at the Lensic, put on by Silver Bullet Productions, a dramatic reading of a play called Mannahatta that I recommend to everyone. It's very, very powerful and poignant and relevant to some of the conversations we just had about the CHART project. Our public safety team was very, 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 very strong, visible, polite, and whether it was helping with the bicycling or helping on the plaza, they just were stellar across the board. And then, of course, we had the Balloon Fiesta, people coming up to see us. We had Rhodes Scholars visiting from out of town. We had 2 tours of our filmmaking productions. So Santa Fe over the weekend was truly a very, very beautiful, bustling fall sight to see. On a slightly more, I guess, economically interesting point, I received a link to an article from a newspaper in Singapore about Raffles Education Company. One of the people who had bid on being our major partner at Midtown. Raffles Entertainment currently has liabilities that exceed their assets by $196 million, which tells me that this world we live in of global development and people bidding to be part of our community, nobody can take anything for granted. There are no certainties. A major enterprise like Raffles Education suddenly having a nearly $200 million gap in its financing, when we looked at them as a very serious contender to be our Midtown partner, suggests to me that this world we're living in of economic development, land development, investment is a very complicated place, very volatile. And we're doing as well as we can to keep track of all of these different options as it relates to Midtown. It is not a certainty by any stretch of the imagination. So when we get these presentations from our team, I take it very seriously that they're keeping track of our best interests and are doing a terrific job monitoring what's going on with all of the different ways that Midtown could be developed. That said, the next item on the agenda is Councilor Vihel-Coppler.
Thank you. I wanted to mention, which I omitted in my governing body report, that kudos to the Santa Fe Beautiful team and the board. They had a wonderful event at the Santa Fe Convention Center and very well attended. And I hope they made some money. I don't know, but I bought tickets. And it was just a very festive event. A lot of people there. Everybody was very, very pleased and happy with being treated to such a nice event. And big shout out to Carol Branch and her board. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I saw you there. We had some fun. The music was great. The auction was great. It was a good time. With that, I guess we moved then back to matters from the city attorney and our opportunity to go to an executive session. Madam City Attorney.
Yes, Mayor, governing body members, I do recommend we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the quarterly litigation update and the opportunity to join an amicus with other local governments in a case supporting the federal government's position against Arizona and Montana for deportation prioritization. And there's an action item related to that after the executive session. And then also to discuss disposition of property, specifically the 730 Alto Street property.
Councilor Rivera, do you want to make a motion to go into executive session? I think you're muted, sir.
Sorry, Ms. McSherry, that was subpart 7 and subpart 8, correct?
Mayor, Councilor, that's correct. Under the Open Meetings Act, section 1015(1).
All right. I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1H, subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant, and subpart 8 for discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights by the governing body.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Cassett has seconded Councilor Rivera's motion. If there's no discussion, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Viho Coppler,
Yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes, and I'll be recusing myself when there's discussion regarding the 730 Alto Street, as that used to be a Boys and Girls Club building. Thank you.
thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
good. I will see everybody in the other room for that meeting. We still don't have a quorum. Actually, we do have a quorum, but we don't have everybody we need. Councilor Rivera, do you want to make a motion to bring us out of executive session? And we do have a quorum, I believe.
Okay. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Is there a second?
Second.
Council Vihel Coppler has seconded Council Rivera's motion. Would the clerk please call the roll of those who are here? It's 11:30. We got to get this done.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth, Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal, not here yet. Counselor Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Can we get a motion to extend past 11:30?
Move to extend past 11:30.
Second.
Would the clerk call the roll on that motion?
Mayor Weber, we've got 3 counselors in the waiting room.
Well, we'll get them in here.
Okay.
In the meantime, we have a quorum. We can extend past 11:30 if we take this vote.
Okay, so I had a motion by Counselor Cassett. Who was the second?
Councilor
We had
Lindell.
it. Did we have a second? Sorry, I was also.
Councilor Lindell was the second.
Okay, perfect. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
I was in waiting room. What are we voting on?
We're voting to extend past 11:30.
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to item 14A, please?
Yes. One moment. Item 14A is approval to join the County of Los Angeles and other local governments in support of the federal government in Arizona versus DHS, case number 21-16118, Ninth Circuit, and subsequent appeals opposing Arizona's and Montana's challenge to the Biden administration's civil enforcement priorities that apply discretion to prioritize removals of non-citizens.
Okay, is there?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve it and a second. Did you get the motion, Madam Clerk?
I do have Councilor Vihel Coppler with a motion. Who was the second on that item?
Councilor Romero Worth.
Perfect.
Could you call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion's been approved.
thank you. Are there any matters from the city clerk?
No, it's okay, Mayor. Wait,
All right.
thank you. No.
In that case, we have completed the agenda, and at 11:33, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.